Opening up my chat. Thank you. So I'll call our meeting to order at 5:50. For attendance, we do have regrets from Trustee Sartori this evening. The rest of us are attending through Microsoft Teams electronically. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder on approval of the agenda this evening. Moved by Trustee Cook. Thank you so much. Do we have a seconder on approval of the agenda? Seconded by Trustee Chin. Appreciated. Any discussion? Trustee Hatfield, is that discussion on the agenda?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
I would like to ask for a deferral of item L9. I don't want to be doing that tonight at 11 o'clock. It's a very long agenda. And I did respond to Trustee Sipkar's invitation to discuss questions and concerns, but she wasn't available yesterday or today to talk it through with me. So I haven't had that opportunity, and I think it's going to come up very late on the agenda. So I would like to defer it to probably September, where there's usually a light agenda, as opposed to June, where we're dealing with the budget.
So is that, Trustee Hatfield, is that a deferral to September?
Yes.
And Trustee Sipkar, you did support, but do you? I don't know if you supported the deferral to the time. And your second there. I'm seeing support. So do I have support to defer item L9?
Point of order, if you could ask for somebody to officially second and recognize that support and then ask for a vote. And I would ask for a recorded vote, please.
It was seconded. It was seconded, and everybody.
Thank you very much. I'll chair the meeting.
Sorry.
Thank you. It was seconded by Trustee Sipkar. I did want to clarify with Trustee Sipkar, because she did put the second in the chat before there was the mention of September as the date. Yes, so I'm getting indication from Trustee Sipkar that that was her intention on the seconding. And so I'm looking for support. Trustee Burgess has asked for, that's all right, Trustee Sipkar. Trustee Burgess has asked for a recorded vote. And so I will go through the recorded vote on the deferral of L9 to a September meeting. So trustees, I'm going to ask you to either turn on your mic or put it in the chat when your name is called, please. So I have Trustee Leclerc.
Support the deferral.
Thank you. Trustee Chin.
Support.
Trustee Sipkar.
Support.
Thank you. Trustee Hatfield.
Support.
Trustee Burgess.
Support.
Trustee Cook.
Support.
Is Trustee Halberstadt with us? Trustee Olmsted.
Support.
Did I miss anyone? I'm in support as well.
Thank you to the trustees.
Thank you very much. I do have two additions on the speakers list this evening. We will have Mr. Mario Spagnuolo and Miss Erin Roy will be on the speakers list this evening. So they're an addition at item K. So we do have some amendments to the agenda as approved by trustees. I'm looking for support on the agenda as amended. I see there's support from Trustee Leclerc. Thank you, trustees. I really appreciate you using the chat there. It helps me to keep everything pretty clear. So we have.
I'm going to ask for a recorded vote again. I've had a lot of complaints where people don't know what's happening in the chat. So I'm just going to ask, and that way we're on record.
Okay, so we've had a ask for a recorded vote. Trustees, you can turn on, please, if you can turn on your mics to answer. Trustee Olmsted on the amended motion. Or on the
Support.
amended agenda, pardon me. Thank you. Trustee Chin.
Support.
Thank you. Trustee Sipkar.
Support.
Trustee Hatfield.
Support.
Trustee Burgess.
Support.
Trustee Cook.
Support.
Who am I missing here?
Leclerc supports.
Thank you, Ron. I appreciate that. And do we have Trustee Halberstadt with us yet? Doesn't look like we do. And I'm also in support. Thank you very much, trustees. So I'm looking for a mover to move into private session.
I'll move it.
Thank you very much, trustee Cook. And seconded by trustee Leclerc, all in support of moving into private session. I see support from trustee Leclerc, support from trustee Cheen, from trustee Sipcar, support from trustee Hatfield, support from trustee Burgess.
I support as well, trustee Chairperson. On my chat, it's not working. It's trustee Olmsted.
Trustee Olmsted, thank you, and I support as well. So trustees, I will see you over in the private session link. For anyone watching here, there'll be a brief pause, and we will be back at 7 p.m. Where we will convene with the rest of our public session. We'll start with the land acknowledgement at 7 p.m. So thank you very much. rest of us are in attendance on Teams, noted by Trustee Halberstadt that the agenda does say boardroom, but that was an error. So we are all here on Teams this evening. So I will read the land acknowledgement to begin this part of the public meeting. We acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water, originally inhabited by indigenous peoples who have traveled this area since time immemorial. This territory is within the lands honored by the Wampum Treaties, agreements between the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenni Lenape, and allied nations to peacefully share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. Specifically, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ojibwe, the Odawa, the Potawatomi, and Huron-Wendat peoples. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture while remaining committed to moving forward respectfully with all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Any declarations of conflict of interest for this portion of the meeting? Seeing and hearing none. Actions of the board meeting private session. Trustee Cook, do we have anything from in there? I don't believe we do.
No, we don't.
Thank you. I'm looking for a mover for approval of the minutes of
Madam
our...
Chair, we absolutely have
We
an
did.
item regarding property that I would move or I would support, either way, from actions of the committee of the whole.
Thank you for that reminder. Trustee Cook?
I'm here. So for property, we do. Can I have a mover? We have Trustee Leclerc
Support.
and Trustee Burgess. All opposed? It passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for catching that. So now I'm looking for a mover for approval of the minutes of our April 20th board meeting.
I so move.
Thank you very much. Any seconder for that? I see a seconder in Trustee Olmsted. I appreciate that. Any discussion on those minutes? Give everyone just a second.
Second.
Anyone in opposition of approval of the minutes? Anyone in opposition of approval of the minutes of April 20th? Seeing and hearing none, thank you very much. Any business arising from those minutes, trustees? Any business arising from the minutes of our April 20th meeting? Seeing and hearing none on that, I appreciate that. Going forward to presentations, our student trustees this evening, who will be starting? Do we have Mademoiselles Sauve and Unger with us?
Yes. Hello.
Hello. Go ahead.
So May has been another exciting month for Student Senate, with our 3 subcommittees hosting numerous events and finalizing our last activities for the school year. The Anti-Racism Subcommittee hosted its Anti-Racism Education Conference last week on Wednesday, May 12th. Over 700 students, including some elementary and secondary classes, attended the event that featured guest speakers from the local community and the school board. The founders of the GECDSB Black Staff Equity Alliance spoke to students on the topics of the history of anti-Black racism, microaggressions, the model minority myth, and developing coping skills. Dr. Rebecca Major from the University of Windsor spoke on how to be an ally to Indigenous communities and navigating white spaces. There was also a student panel of 4 grade 12 students from both county and city schools who shared their experiences and perspectives. Isabel and I would like to thank all of the incredible guest speakers who spoke to us and helped provide this educational opportunity for students to learn about issues relating to race and racism. We would also like to thank student senators Hema Patel and Wade Massey for their leadership in planning the entirety of the conference, and Ms. Marcuse and Ms. Olivero for their consistent support. The Anti-Racism Subcommittee put together a master list of anti-racism resources that can be found through Student Senate's Instagram. It includes diverse media lists compiled and created by the subcommittee, in addition to resources on how to be a good ally and educational resources on how to be actively anti-racist. The Environmental Sustainability Subcommittee hosted their Environmental Sustainability Conference on Friday, April 30th. We were delighted to see so many passionate students engaged and participating throughout the afternoon. Students were able to ask questions about climate change and its local impacts with Claire Sanders, the climate change specialist from the Essex Region Conservation Authority, throughout a question and answer period. Students also participated in breakout discussions and activities led by the subcommittee members on the topics of environmental wellness and mental health, environmental racism, and student engagement. Students enjoyed hearing from the board's Energy and Environmental Officer, Ms. Kathleen Quenville, Claire Sanders, and student speakers Anna Dawson and Jana Jandal, REFI representatives from Fridays for Future, Windsor, Essex. We thank them for taking the time to speak with us and providing students with the opportunity to learn about the environmental crises our planet faces today. Student Senate's environmental art exhibit that was officially announced at our conference has been promoted on Student Senate's Instagram, and the forms for submissions are open. The theme for the exhibit is how the environment impacts you, and we hope to have both elementary and secondary student participation in this event. The Mental Health Subcommittee has hosted a virtual mental health seminar on May 6th called Let's Talk the Teenage Brain. This seminar was presented by the GECDSB's Dr. Christine Daigle and included a question and answer period to help students gain knowledge and understanding of the teenage brain to aid in their wellness. The Mental Health Subcommittee is hosting a board-wide Student Wellness Week this week to encourage and challenge students to take care of themselves. Each day will feature a different theme, which will be accompanied by a wellness challenge, journal prompts, related videos, and an opportunity for interaction on social media. The subcommittee is excited to announce the Lit Lounge, a student forum with the theme of overcoming burdens. The lounge is taking place on Thursday, June 3rd at 7 p.m. via Microsoft Teams, and submissions for the event closes on May 31st. Students will present their work and participate in discussion on June 3rd. The subcommittee is also working on the launch of an awareness campaign for social workers in secondary schools so that students know who their social worker is and how to access them. As we come to the last months of the school year in our terms as student trustees, Isabel and I are both so thankful and appreciative of the consistent support we have received in our work from students, senators, senior administration, and trustees. We remain excited and optimistic for the remainder of the school year, for all of the projects and events we still have on the go, as well as continuing to mentor and transition our incoming student trustees, Malik and Paige, into this unique and exciting student leadership role. And with that, I'll pass it off to student trustee Unger to read us our student of the month.
Thanks, Arabella. The student of the month for May is Jackson Nacella, a grade 11 student at Sandwich Secondary School, who exemplifies this month's theme of volunteerism. Jackson enjoys engaging in community service within the school community and outside the classroom. In elementary school, Jackson participated in the school's FNMI social justice group, which worked together to stage a week-long event aimed at bringing awareness of Indigenous issues to the school community. The group hosted a school assembly where local Indigenous community members shared their knowledge and perspective on a variety of topics including missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, residential schools, government relations, and treaties. The group documented its activities during the week with photos and notes to further share and reflect on their learning. In an effort to include all grades in the learning experience, Jackson and the group members read Indigenous children's books to the school's primary and junior students to share the rich cultures of Canada's Indigenous peoples. Jackson was chosen to take part in an interview that was produced into a video recording about the experience of those who took part in FNMI learning in the school community. Outside of school, Jackson was a catalyst behind the formation of We Care for Kids Lemonade Brigade, where he and his teammates sold baked goods and lemonade at Windsor Regional Hospital. The initiative goes a step further and also provides starter kits to children, which provides them with all the accessories they need to launch a lemonade stand in their own neighborhood. When lemonade is out of season, Jackson helps We Care for Kids sell hot chocolate at Bright Lights Windsor at Jackson Park during the holidays. Jackson and the other founding Lemonade Brigade members were recognized for their initiative by Mayor Drew Delkins in 2018 as community champions. Jackson is a passionate and dedicated community builder who truly exemplifies this month's theme of volunteerism. Congratulations, Jackson, on being selected by Student Senate as the Student of the Month for May. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you both, and congratulations to Jackson on being chosen Student of the Month. Very impressive. Any questions from trustees of clarification for our student trustees this evening? Any questions for our student trustees? Thank you both very much. We're moving on to I2, a GSN update. Will that be Superintendent Armstrong? I see you turning your mic on. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayhew actually is going to share his screen. I do want to acknowledge, I understand that Trustee Halberstadt is on the phone and so doesn't have the advantage of seeing the slideshow presentation. So I'm going to make sure everything gets sent out immediately following the meeting. And if there are any questions that come up even afterwards, I'm more than happy to answer those questions. So good evening. I'd like to take the opportunity to provide you with an update on the 2020-21 Grants for Student Needs funding. This announcement was made by the Ministry of Education on May the 4th of 2021, so just 2 weeks ago. As I mentioned, I'd like to welcome Mr. Mayhew, who is our Manager of Finance. Mr. Mayhew and his team are going to be working very diligently over the next 4 weeks on the development of the 2021-22 budget, and I'm very appreciative of Sean and his team. Next slide, please. So this evening, I wanted us to take you through a brief overview of the funding education system. We'll take a look at a provincial look at the 21-22 funding announcement. From there, we'll move on to what the funding changes were for the upcoming school year. As well, we'll touch briefly on the COVID supports that were part of the funding announcement, and then we'll finish off with the budget process and the related timelines. Next slide. So at this point, I'd like to, you can go to the next slide, please, go over the education funding system. This flowchart, which I know you've seen before, illustrates the components of the provincial funding system. Under the current education funding system, the province sets the total allocation for the board using formulas in the GSN, which means Grants for Student Needs. And this is commonly referred to as the funding formula. Then as a brief refresher, each school board's GSN allocation comes from 2 sources. The first one is the education property taxes, which are collected by the municipalities with rates that are set by the Ministry of Finance. And then the second source is the school board operating grant. And this is funding that is provided to school boards by the province to cover the difference between the property tax that's collected and the total allocation as determined by the funding formula. Next slide, please. From a provincial perspective, the Ministry of Education lens, the funding formula is designed to meet a variety of objectives, including the fair allocation of funding for students and also amongst the public, Catholic, French, and English language school boards. Funding is also based on need. There's flexibility on the use of funding by individual school boards, but there are also enveloping of certain funding allocations, such as areas such as special education. So there are restrictions in terms of how funding can be spent. And of course, school board accountability is another important element of the education funding grants. Next slide. This slide provides a high-level summary of the sources of funding that are received by the board. So as you'll see from the Ministry of Education, we receive our GSN, or our Grants for Student Needs. We receive what we call PPFs, which are our Priorities and Partnership Fundings. And these funding grants are set up every year. They're outside of the GSN. We also receive our capital funding from the Ministry of Education. As well as I mentioned when we looked at the initial slide on the funding process, school boards also receive educational development charges, which is applicable to development development in certain growing areas within the county and the city. We also receive funding from other ministries. For example, funding that supports our Employment Ontario, literacy basic skills, and our language assessments comes from the Ministry of Labour, Training and Skills Development. And then of course there are other sources of funding to the board that are outside of our provincial partners. For example, we may have international student tuition, interest income that is earned on our bank accounts, and other miscellaneous sources such as energy rebates as an example. Next slide, please. So at this point, I wanted to provide you just a high-level overview of the funding changes, the overall funding with respect to 21-22. Next slide, please. So our education funding through the Grants for Student Needs in 21-22 consists of 3 primary grants. There is the Pupil Foundation Grant, a School Foundation Grant, and 15 supplemental grants. And I'll explain those in a little bit more detail. Next slide, please. So this pie chart represents, or it depicts, the overall system projected grant allocations for 21-22. And this is designated in billions of dollars. So I appreciate the writing's a little bit small, so I'll just briefly highlight for you that across the province, the Ministry of Education funding is $25.6 billion. As I mentioned on the previous slide, it is made up of 3 grants. The Pupil Foundation Grant across the system is $11.4 billion. Supplemental grants, which are those 15 special purpose grants that I've just mentioned, is $12.56 billion in total. And then there's a School Foundation Grant, which is $1.55 billion. And when you compare this actually to the prior school year of 2020-21, the grant allocation has increased by $561 million over the prior year. Next slide, please. This is a busy pie chart. This is a summary of the 15 special purpose grants that I had mentioned for 21-22. This chart is expressed in millions of dollars, so just to kind of put that in perspective. And as I've indicated, the GSN provides these supplementary grants, and they cover a number of specific areas. As you'll see from the slide, they include, but they're not limited to, special education, a languages grant, Indigenous education, mental health and well-being, student transportation, and school facility operations and renewal as some of those examples. Next slide, please. Now I wanted just to take a few moments to highlight what changes were announced in the 21-22 GSN funding announcement. So the next slide. So as you recall, I mentioned that there were 3 primary grants. The first one is the Pupil Foundation Grant. And this slide provides a brief overview of the changes to that grant for this year. First of all, it's important to note that the Pupil Foundation Grant represents almost half of the GSN at 45%. And you'll notice that our allocations are based on what we call average daily enrollment, and that determines how much funding the board gets. And this is determined on an enrollment count that is done in October and March of every year. And I've also provided below, you'll see on this slide, the projected allocations per average daily enrollment for the different grade levels of students in our system. So you'll see the rate for students from kindergarten all the way through secondary, and this is the funding that we would generate for each average daily enrollment student. Next slide, please. And just to put some context around the Pupil Foundation Grant, this grant is allocated to support all the elements of classroom education that are required. And it's common to all students. So when you think of a student in a classroom, we require classroom staffing in terms of teachers, educational assistants, library and guidance services. We have textbooks, learning materials, computers, classroom supplies. So all of those elements that fit into the classroom is what the Pupil Foundation Grant, what it funds. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of how this grant is different for 21-22 versus the prior year, there are 3, primary differences that have been identified. The first item is there's an additional education software licensing per pupil amount, and this has increased to 84 cents for each pupil in the board. And this is to coincide with the ministry's expiration of their term limited licenses for digital learning tools. The school board minimum that boards would get for this would be $50,000, and there's a formula that would determine the total allocation for the board. A big change for this year is, sorry, can you go back, please? Thank you. A large change for this year is starting in 21-22, the ministry is changing the secondary school funding methodology for online courses. And they're doing this by adjusting the benchmark funding for classroom teacher staffing. And it's based on what they're calling a differentiated funding average class size for online and in-person learning. So basically what is happening for the upcoming school year is our secondary benchmark funding is going to be using an average credit load of 7.5 credits per pupil, and it's going to be split between online learning and in-person learning. And as you'll see noted on this slide, the assumption from the ministry funding formula is that out of that 7.5 credits, 0.081 is an online credit, and 7.419 of that 7.5 is an in-person credit. And where that's relevant is the class sizes, because in person, the class size average is 23:1, versus online, the class size average is 30:1. And what this will also result is the elimination of the online learning adjustment, which is included in the cost adjustment in teacher qualifications and experience grant. Sorry. As well, the ministry, as part of realigning their supports for COVID-19, they're going to be integrating $14 million to support technology-related costs in both the Pupil Foundation grant as well as the Geographic Circumstances grant. And so what this continued funding will help is to replace devices that have been outdated or to support the procurement of additional student devices. And this will result in a $7.11 per pupil allocation for students that are at our board. And the minimum funding that a school board can generate with this funding is $50,000. Next slide, please. The Student Foundation grant is the second grant that I had mentioned that forms part of the primary funding we receive from the ministry. And what the Student Foundation grant does is it supports the in-school administration and the leadership at the school. And as you'll see from the slide, there are 3 allocations within the Student Foundation grant. There's the in-school administration and leadership allocation, library staff allocation, and parent engagement allocation. And so just to give some examples of in-school administration and leadership, this would include your salaries and your benefits for principals, vice principals, and the office support staff. And all of these allocations are based on a salary benchmark that is established by the ministry, and it's reflected in the funding formula. And it's important to note that the salary benchmarks have been updated by 1% to reflect the impacts of centrally negotiated collective agreements where it's applicable. Next slide, please. So in terms of what's new for 21-22 for the School Foundation grant, the parent engagement allocation is being transferred to this grant from the School Board Administration and Governance grant. And the School Board Administration and Governance grant is one of the 15 supplementary grants that I previously had mentioned. So it's really just a shift from one bucket to the other. What this allocation does provide is it provides funding for school boards, a minimum of $5,000 per school board, plus a further 17 cents per average daily enrollment for parent involvement committees, as well as $500 for each school council. Next slide, please. And as I had mentioned a couple of times, there are 15 supplementary grants which provide province-wide funding of $12.556 billion to school boards. And what this slide is just shows you just a summary of what those 15 grants are made up of. Okay, next slide, please. In terms of what is new with those 15 supplementary grants, what this slide is highlighting is there's a number of items that are being transferred out of some of these grants and into the GSN directly. And so what this slide is just giving is a summary of what those transfers are. Again, it's just a shifting of money amongst the buckets. And what's important also to note is that there are enhanced accountability measures that are also going to be implemented in 21-22. Next slide, please. In addition to the transfers, in terms of other items that are new with these supplementary grants, with respect to the language grant, there is an introduction now of a time-limited, what is being called recent immigration supplement. And this funding is intended to address the financial impact of the decline in recent immigration enrollment as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this supplements the what we call the recent immigration component in the English as a second language allocation. So I realize I've used recent immigration multiple times, but it is additional funding of a time-limited nature, and there's a somewhat complex funding formula that determines the board's allocations. As well, another change in the supplemental grants is with our Indigenous Education Grant. And what is different with this is now the Indigenous Languages and First Nations Métis, Inuit, and Studies allocations are enveloped. So the spending on that is restricted. Next slide, please. Additional changes in the supplemental grants include some changes in the Geographic Circumstances grant. As I had mentioned earlier with the GSN allocations, there is an increase to the additional education software licensing allocation. Again, this is because the ministry's licensing software is now expiring, and so there is some funding that's being allocated in the Geographic Circumstances grant to support this. As well, our supported schools allocation has been updated to reflect the differentiated funding for our secondary online learning that I've also mentioned previously with the changes in the class sizes and the credit load and the assumptions with respect to the online learning. And as well, there's a top-up allocation for student technological devices also included in this supplemental funding. Next slide. Mental health and well-being. This supplemental grant has has another adjustment. There is some realignment of funding supports for COVID-19, and it's been rolled into what is now called a new supporting student mental health allocation. And boards will receive approximately $100,000 per school board, plus another $1.34 for each average daily enrollment. And this funding can be used for employing mental health professionals to directly support students, provide professional learning and training for educators, collaborate with community mental health providers to ensure that pathways to care for students that are requiring more intensive supports exists, as well as the collection, analysis, and reporting of student mental health related data. All of those elements can be covered by this additional funding. Next slide, please. And I've mentioned this already, in the cost adjustment and teacher qualifications and experience supplemental grant, because of the change in the secondary differentiated learning model, the online learning adjustment has been eliminated. Next slide. And I think this is, yes, the last change on the supplemental grants that I wanted to mention was a change in the school board administration and governance grant. And there is a revision of the central employer bargaining agent fees allocation. And this revision has been implemented by the ministry to better reflect the Trustees Association's cost structures. And so school board funding will be based on the maximum annual revenue of the respective trustee association, and there will be further adjustments planned for 2022-23. Next slide. I just wanted to take a couple of moments to address the COVID supports that were announced as part of the ministry's funding announcement. Next slide. So the ministry has announced that they will be providing COVID funding supports primarily to address learning recovery and renewal, student mental health and well-being, and health and safety of students and staff. And as well, there will be some PPF or partnerships and priorities funding to support temporary ongoing COVID-19 expenses. Now, all of these supports, they are in addition to the funding allocations that are included directly in the GSN for the technology resources and the mental health supports that I've already just discussed, and as well as the time-limited funding that was included in the languages grant as part of the issues with the declining international enrollment. Next slide, please. So in recognition that the 21-22 school year may require similar health and safety measures as those implemented in the current school year, the ministry has allocated COVID-19 funding supports, as you'll see noted on this slide. Just important to put some context around this, that the provincial totals are stated and rounded in millions of dollars, and the GECDSB totals are stated in whole dollars. And I'll just speak very briefly on a few of these funding supports just to provide a little bit more information. So funding for additional staff, which is that first line, this may be used for teachers, ECEs, custodial staff, school-based administrative support, and principals and vice principals to support smaller cohorts. The funding is set at a minimum of $600,000 per school board, plus there's an amount that is allocated based on average daily enrollment. The funding to support school operations, which is the second line, is intended to cover additional costs for running ventilation systems longer and increased filter changes. Transportation funding is in place to support enhanced cleaning on school buses and maintenance of ongoing health and safety protocols. There's also new funding now for re-engaging students in reading assessment supports. And this is to provide, and this will provide a minimum of $20,000 per school board, plus the additional amount is based on the average daily enrollment at the board. There's also funding as well, as you'll see at the bottom line, for connectivity supports. But this is an application-based program. We don't have the details on that yet, so I can't tell you too much more about that. But it is intended to support connectivity improvements within school buildings. And once further details are announced, we'll be happy to share that information with you. One item I don't have on this slide is that the board, I believe I've explained this before, that the board procures its personal protective equipment through the Ministry of Government and Consumer Services, and it's cost neutral to the board because the Ministry of Education funds the MGCS, and we've been advised that that funding support will continue for 21-22, and so we will continue to procure PPE at no cost to the board. Next slide, please. So that was good news in terms of funding support, that the aggregate projected allocation for the GECDSB was $7.5 million on that previous slide. But what's important to note are some of the instructions we have received from the Ministry of Education. So first off, boards are required to budget for only 1/2 of those resources to represent the first half of the school year. I believe the intention is just to see what the state of the pandemic is, and then the ministry will make announcements in the fall whether boards may budget for the additional second half of that funding as part of their revised estimates. As well, boards will have the ability to access up to 2% of their operating budget from their reserve funds. The purpose is to support safe operations of schools. But again, we've been instructed for purposes of our budget submission, the maximum that we are able to reflect in our budget submission is only up to 1%. So we need to consider that as well. For boards that do not have sufficient reserves that would allow them to make these allocations from their reserves, there is stabilization funding that the ministry will provide, but that will not be applicable to the GECDSB. Next slide, please. So then I want to put some context for you in terms of our budget process and timelines. As we've mentioned, the GSN funding announcements came out May 4th, which was just 2 weeks ago, and about 4 weeks later than when we would normally expect to receive this information. So next slide, please. So through Sean and myself and his team, we have reviewed the technical paper. We've completed that work. The enrollment projections are just in the final stages of being finalized. And as I've mentioned several times throughout this presentation, the average daily enrollment is very critical for us to determine the funding that we're going to receive. And we put all that information into what we call EFIS, which is the Education Financial Information System. So we're in that process now of finalizing the enrollment projections. That also informs the staffing projections as well for the school. So those are just being finalized right now. All individual budget submissions have been completed. Again, that was completed without knowing the details of the funding announcements. And certainly those will be revisited and refined as we work through the process. And we are also in the process of working through the EFIS submission, which is what we send to the Ministry of Education along with the budget that's approved by the board. Next slide, please. And then finally, what are in terms of sharing additional information with you, we have an Operations Finance Committee meeting scheduled on June the 1st. And we're hoping at that time we will be providing you with a much more detailed outlook of the budget for 21-22 based on our work that we have done in the EFIS system. It's our intention to bring the budget for a presentation to the board. We are requesting a special board meeting in order to do that for June 22nd, just given the lateness of the ministry's announcement and the volume of work that's associated with preparing the report. We would just like to have that additional time to do so. And then the EFIS ministry submission is due June 30th. So it's important to note that even though the funding announcement did come a little bit later, our deadline for reporting to the ministry did not change. So we just have to try and work backward on that. So that's what we're doing right now. And with that, myself and Mr. Mayhew would be more than happy to take questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Armstrong, and thank you to Sean and his team for all the work that's been put into that. Trustees, do we have any questions for Superintendent Armstrong or for Mr. Mayhew and his team? I do see a question from Trustee Sipcar, and then Trustee Burgess, you'll be on deck. Go ahead, Trustee Sipcar.
Hi, thank you. Hopefully my internet will be okay during this. Superintendent Armstrong, through you, Madam Chair, I'm just wondering if you could explain the 7.419 versus the 0.081, so the online to in-person ratio. I think that was a new, I noticed it was in the new part of the presentation, and I just wondered if you can go in a little bit more detail about it because I wanted to make sure I understood it.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm actually madly flipping through the technical paper right now to go through that with you. Okay, so online class sizes are 30 to 1. And Mr. Mayhew, when I mess this up, please jump in. And in person is 23 to 1. But now that the ministry is indicating that students starting school in the 21-22 school year must have a minimum of 1 online credit, they need to adjust the funding to reflect the different class sizes, okay? So they've made assumptions in their funding formula that an average student, because they're always dealing with averages, an average student will take 7.5 credits in a year, okay? And that of that 7.5 credits, 0.081 is online, which works off a class size of 30 to 1, and 7.419 is in person, which works on a class size average of 23 to 1. And then I think what the intention is likely going to happen is when you get to 22, 23, 23, 24, you will likely see some of those percentages adjust and change. So for purposes of how we're funded on the secondary side, that is how the funding formula is now been calculated. And I'll ask Mr. Mayhew if I've messed that up or to elaborate.
That was really good, Shelley. I will just add one thing though. What essentially that does as well is, as an example, for funding for a classroom teacher, under the new change, we would get 40.32 classroom teachers per 1,000 ADE, average daily enrollment. Compared to last year, we would have got funding for 40.76 teachers per 1,000 ADE. So you'll see that there's less teachers provided because of the average increase in class size. So that's just an example.
So supplemental, if I'm understanding this correctly, it's a reduction. It's a reduction because they're calculating it at a higher class average and it's less funding for that 0.081, but then it's also a reduction because they're funding less teachers. So it's kind of a reduction on two fronts, if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly. And so then the supplemental question is do we have a number of what that reduction is, or are we just kind of moving ahead with what we have this year, or has that analysis been done at all?
That's part of the work through you, Madam Chair. You're absolutely right in your assessment, but that's part of the work that we need to do through the EFIS system and the EFIS forms that we do from the ministry. As we put in our information on our student enrollment, it will generate what our staffing allocations will be and what our funding allocations will be under that. So it's not as easy to answer without doing the work in EFIS, and that's what we're doing right now. We hope when we come back on June the 1st, in 2 weeks, we'll have all that information for the trustees.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you for that. Trustee Burgess, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sort of gobsmacked and outraged at the same time, just from the previous question and answer. I'll keep in the same theme. So I'm trying to understand what the assumptions are. When you said class sizes are changing, are you talking high school? Are you talking the elementary as well, the full panel, like both panels? Are you saying, clarify what class size is being affected?
It would be, through you, Madam Chair, it's secondary only.
Right, and that's what I thought. So my understanding from anything that's been published in the Toronto Star or for People for Education or in the Globe and Mail, or any of the allusions that anybody has made to what was being proposed, was that even though it's an online class, that it can be taken within our facilities. It's not the same as remote learning. We could have physically the same amount of students physically in a classroom taking online learning, and yet we are not being funded for the supervisory proponent of that, having anybody in the room helping to teach and or revise. So we are actually given funds with an expectation of online learning in our facilities, and yet we're not being funded for the personnel to facilitate that.
I'm nodding my head.
Right. So I just want to register my outrage at that. That's not good news. Thank you for the presentation. My question is not to put any onus on, the messenger. I just find that outrageous, and I hope that the media and everybody else picks up on that. That's outrageous. I did have a question of my own, though, Madam Chair, if I could.
Well, I've got you. I'll put you.
I'll do the second one. I'll do the second one.
Director Kelly, did you have? I noticed you turned your mic on.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think Trustee Burgess is interpreting that correctly. It is concerning. I just wanted to add that.
Indeed, it very much is. Trustee Olmsted.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'm just moving because my dog had started to bark and I didn't want to interrupt the meeting with her barking. So again, my question is back to what Trustee Sipker and Trustee Burgess were speaking of. So the funds allocated per pupil for the online learning is different than those allocated for students who are in a virtual or remote setting, because I also believe that the ministry announced that there would be virtual schooling offered for the 2021-2022 year. So is that funding being affected for those students in like a virtual setting, or is this strictly the online credits that high school students would be taking through the new online learning system?
Through you, Madam Chair, Superintendent Armstrong. So the differentiated funding that I've mentioned is for secondary students in total. You're correct that the ministry has indicated that students and parents would have a choice for remote learning options for 21-22. And in this presentation, I did indicate that there are some COVID supports that are available for additional staffing, and that we are permitted to allocate or to budget 1/2 of those COVID supports as part of our budget submission at the end of June. So there is limited funding, I'll suggest that.
Okay, supplemental to that. So this is totally outside of the realm of remote virtual learning. This is just to do with this new online idea that is being introduced by the province. So do we have any idea about the virtual or remote learning? Like it's in an envelope and it's sitting there, and will we have enough to allocate for the resources needed for remote learning with this schedule?
Well, I might direct some of that question to Director Kelly, because we're still having some discussions right now about learning models. So it's not anything, that I can provide any information on right now. Certainly as we work through the budget process and we make some of those determinations, we will definitely need to consider that. And the ministry has allocated, or saying that boards can access their reserves 2%, but for purposes of the budget submission, it's really only 1%. For the safe operations of schools. So they've suggested many times leading up to this announcement that funding supports would be much lower, and we are seeing that.
Director Kelly, do you have anything to add there?
No, thank you. Through Madam Chair, Superintendent Armstrong answered that.
Thank you. Do any trustees have a first question before I allow Trustee Burgess a second question? I did have one first question, if I could, Trustee Burgess, before I allow your second one. I'm glad that we're raising an alarm on this because I think it is an overreach on multiple levels by a lot of assumptions from the ministry, and not at all reflective of the realities of our schools that we know right now. And it's also making an assumption, and this is my question, on that the allocation that we are able to take advantage of, but only budget for half of the year. Along with that, the ability, the ability of us to be able to dip further into our reserves. And for boards that don't have reserves, there is a top up for them, but boards who have been fiscally responsible like us are not being topped up and are being asked to make assumptions based on half of a year with no indication of what do we have any indication of what the parameters will be for us to be able to plan for that first half, but make assumptions about our second half and what we may need to be able to do within a budget. I can't even imagine how we can properly equip our schools with what we need when we have no idea what it will take for us to get the second half of that. And it's like the potential carrot that's being hung out there. How are we able to make those assumptions, and what is our ability to do that? It's maybe an impossible question. What's our ability to do that when we're being asked to do something impossible?
Oh boy, that's a good question. I think part of the challenge is, I think the ministry in part is unclear themselves because they're waiting to see the status of vaccination rates, the status of illnesses and COVID counts across the province, and whether those case counts decline. And so as part of that, the province has said, well, this is your funding for the year, but we'll only plan for half because they'll assess in the fall whether we're permitted to have the second half. The other challenge is that we're not really we don't have any further guidance yet from the ministry in terms of how best to plan for the fall. And we do expect that we will get that guidance, but more likely than not, that will come after we submit the budget. And so we will have to be very conservative in terms of how we budget. We're going to have to be very thoughtful about those plans, knowing that we may have to adjust in terms of what we've just submitted for a budget versus the actual guidance that ultimately comes from the ministry in terms of what school is supposed to look like in the fall. I'm sorry, it's not a great answer.
I appreciate that, and I'm quite thankful for the position that we happen to be in here at GECDSB, where the hits to our budget maybe are felt a little less than some because we've been fiscally responsible. But I need to register, as previous people have said, my outrage at how this is separating or declaring the kinds of support the ministry is offering to some boards, not others, some students, not others. And it's not supportive of the realities of our schools. And so they can say that funding is up by $561 million. But the reality is that where we need that money, and the fact that we have realities that are unmet now and are asking us to dip further into our reserves, and maybe not, it's not. I'm glad for our fiscally responsible position, and thank you to the team very much. But I am angry that we've been put in this position a second time. Yeah, I'll say that.
I think just we need time to work through the process, right? So now that we have the EFIS forms that are available to us, we just need that time, which is what we're doing right now. And hopefully we'll come back in 2 weeks with a much clearer picture for the trustees.
Thank you.
I don't, Mr. Mayhew, if you have anything further you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, just one quick thing through you, Madam Chair. This was a question that was also raised in the Q&A session that we had with the ministry, and their feedback was very, especially along the lines of which Superintendent Armstrong was saying, just we need to wait and see, kind of an optimistic approach, a conservative approach, only to budget for one. But I think the answer too is that they want that to be reflected through the revised estimates once more is known. So yes, you're right. While we only can budget for that one or one half of the funding, there's the opportunity to revise the budget in the fall once some more, I guess, data and once some more information is known at that time. So I just want to let you know that we have that opportunity to then reevaluate and reassess and determine if more funding is accessible.
I thank you very much for that. Trustee Burgess, go ahead with your second question.
Thank you for that. I have another question arising from your discussion. Thank you for asking that. I was trying to follow the presentation and try to understand what parts of the GSN, if any, included money flowing from the feds that the province is, making flow. So I know that GSNs are an annual thing. I know we assume they're continuous and a standing item kind of thing, but they are actually an annual announcement and could be remarkably different. I'm wondering, is there any COVID-related or federal funds that are flowing through that made it into the GSNs? Or is that all only provincial monies?
Through you, Madam Chair, my understanding and belief that's just provincial money. Maybe Mr. Mayhew, if you know something different, but I believe it is just funding from the province. The only federal funding we would have that would be outside the GSN is the resilience infrastructure funding. That's the combined program between the federal and provincial governments for more capital infrastructure related items. But everything with respect to the GSN that we are aware of and the COVID supports announced as part of that is provincial funding.
Do you have a supplemental, Trustee Burgess?
Okay, so I guess because I understood that there was federal money flowing to the province for COVID-related costs, certainly this year, and I thought it was going into next year, and I saw some Indigenous funding, I saw some other things, school board related, but flowing through the province or coming from the feds. But if you're saying they didn't make it to the GSN, they're outside of that, then I guess that'll be iterated once we actually get the budget presentation, and if there is anything additional funding from outside sources, which we do get. So I guess that'll be my question. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, trustees, we can move forward. We'll be having a couple more presentations on our GSNs and our budget as well. And Mr. Mayhew's team and Shelley or Superintendent Armstrong, pardon me, are always open to emails and questions in the meantime as well. So we'll move forward through our agenda here. We have no delegations. We do have 2 people on the speakers list this evening. So do we have Mr. Spagnuolo on?
I'm just going to be connecting him.
Thank you.
Unknown participant is now joining.
Hello, Mr. Spagnuolo. We can hear you.
Okay, great.
Wonderful. So I will start a 5-minute timer, and you are welcome. I will just start it whenever you start.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, trustees. I am here to discuss the topic of hybrid learning, which has been renamed by frontline educators as fractured learning because it contemplates having a teacher educating 2 cohorts simultaneously. One group of students would be in the class and the other group would be at home. In essence, it combines in-person and virtual students into the same classroom via webcam, splitting the educator's attention. This means a single teacher could be teaching 20 students in person and at the same time possibly supporting 10 students remotely from home. This model has been attempted and educators have overwhelmingly indicated its failure. Although our board's current model has its challenges, moving to a fractured model will only exacerbate the pandemic learning gap. The Education Act stipulates that boards shall promote student achievement and well-being and deliver effective and appropriate education programs to its pupils. On these 2 principles alone, trustees must unequivocally reject the hybrid learning model. Students deserve a dedicated educator in their classroom, regardless of whether it's virtual or in person. Recently, the York Region and Peel Region school boards have indicated preference to this model for September. And although our senior admin has not indicated choosing hybrid, I proactively bring this issue to your attention. It must be highlighted that the following school boards have already rejected the hybrid model: Toronto, Upper Grand, London, Catholic, Ottawa Carleton, Thames Valley, Simcoe Public and Catholic, Lakehead, Thunder Bay Catholic, Lambton Kent, Avon-Maitland, Niagara, Blue Water, Trillium, Limestone, Hamilton, Renfrew, Durham, Rainbow, and KPR. The fractured model assumes elementary education is strictly a lecture-style lesson. How does one educator juggle the competing interests and needs of children learning via 2 different modes simultaneously, as well as other different learning styles and preferences? And on top of this, IEPs, behavior safety plans, custodial care issues, and socio-emotional factors. This hybrid approach is not realistic. Yet the model seems attractive because it may save money and it may be more efficient to administer. But is that what public education in Ontario has been reduced to? A public service that we just check off that we are providing regardless of its impact? I know trustees care about students and they care about public education. Fullen and Campbell, in their book, The Governance Core, describe this commitment as a shared moral imperative, a relentless commitment to the learning of all students with no exceptions. This is what drives decision-making And when trustees, senior admin, education workers, and the community work together with that same purpose, we can reach that number one goal that all children will achieve. I would argue that a fractured hybrid model is not a safe nor healthy learning environment, and it's not pedagogically sound. A learning model that does not center on student success will only serve to further compound the existing inequities. Trustees cannot let a government's cost-cutting approach lead to the proliferation of privatized education in our province. Using the pandemic as a cloak to cut funding and make dangerous changes to pedagogy is inexcusable. The immediate response to cuts should not be to shortchange our students. Let's be clear. The only thing our schools are suffering from is government underfunding, and this is intentional. Together, we can push back and protect public education. The move to hybrid is a choice, and as I've illustrated, the majority of school boards in Ontario have opted against its implementation. To summarize my comments into 3 reasons to oppose hybrid fractured model. 1, it is bad for student learning. Children receive less attention and support. For those students watching the video feed at home, this model treats teachers and peer interaction as a frill. Students are not passive spectators in their learning. This fractured learning model is not conducive to student-centered teaching. 2, it's inequitable. The hybrid learning model disproportionately impacts students with special needs and students who are marginalized. This fractured approach will compound current inequities. And 3, it erodes trust in public education and fails to protect privacy. When student learning needs are unmet, families lose confidence in public education, and those who can will opt for private schools. I urge trustees to be vocal and to make the right choice for students, families, and educators. For more information, I urge you to visit the website supportourschools.ca. Thank you for your time. I'm available for any questions of clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Spagnuolo. Do I have any questions of clarification from trustees for Mr. Spagnuolo? Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Spagnuolo is president of the local ETFO, so I'm assuming all his comments are about elementary schooling. And that wasn't made clear that, you know, in the presentation, but I'm assuming that the presentation is regarding all the emails we received and the information that we've received from calls and whatever. And it's about elementary teaching and learning. And I just have a question that I would like to understand. Can you give an example of what that would be in like how a kindergarten would function that way, or how you'd teach reading in grade 1? There's an assumption this is about learning, and I'm concerned for early learners, particularly who are struggling with virtual learning as it is. So what would a fractured learning, a hybrid model, whatever we want to call it, look like for kindergarten or like teaching reading, for example?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Trustee Burgess. So when I talk to teachers from Algoma, for example, that tried to implement this, that school board tried to implement this, that's exactly what we're hearing is concerns with, and I'll speak to elementary because that is who I represent. Like, if you think of yourself 5 years old, 6 years old in a classroom, in a kindergarten classroom, that's completely play-based in FDK. So how does a teacher engage both cohorts at home, the kids that are at home and the kids that are at the school at the very same time? It's virtually impossible, and somebody will have to be left out. You can't physically divide your attention between two cohorts through a webcam. So what happens is the kids at home will be those that are unfortunately serviced less than the kids in front, because the kids that are right in front of the teacher are going to have the immediate attention. And what the research has shown is that those students that come from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, for example, students with their English as a second language, those families have been choosing at-home learning more so. And so that's where it creates that inequity. And I couldn't imagine, for example, being a grade 1 teacher trying to teach the kids in front of you a reading concept and then trying to do that with the kids at home all at the same time, and maintaining classroom management, dealing with students with special needs and IEPs. I think I get from an administrative point of view that might be easy to implement, but the impact on students would be terrible. And I think that's why we're here tonight, is we don't even want to go down this road. We're hearing other boards are going down this road, but the majority have opted not to. But there were, the York region and Peel seems to be on the fence right now. There's a lot of talk on Twitter about Peel changing its mind now, but we just don't want our board to even contemplate going down this way. And instead of being reactive, we decided to be proactive to come here this evening.
Thank you very much. Any other questions of clarification for our first speaker this evening? Hearing and seeing none, thank you, Mr. Spagnuolo. We appreciate it. I'll give you a second to. You're welcome. We do have a second speaker this evening.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Miss Erin Roy. I will give Madame Leboeuf a few seconds to get her on the phone for us here.
Hello.
Unknown participant is now joining.
Hello.
Hi there, we can hear you. Thank you, Ms. Roy. So you'll have 5 minutes, and I will start whenever you start.
Hello to members of the board, and thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of secondary teachers as the president of the Teacher Bargaining Unit in OSSTF. This has been an incredibly difficult year with quadmestering, pivoting at a moment's notice to online versus in-person, changes to the delivery model, waves of increased community spread that impacted our schools, and stay-at-home orders, and navigating all of the things that come along with this global pandemic. I can say with certainty that this is a school year that we will never forget, and we're all clinging to the hopes for normalcy sometime in the near future. OSSTF and the school board are in the midst of staffing for 21-22 school year. Our staffing model is based on a traditional secondary timetable. The Ministry of Education has sent direction to school boards that some pandemic-related restrictions will still be in place for September 21. So as the board makes plans for September 21, I want trustees and senior admin to take into consideration some key items prior to making those decisions. So my colleague Mario talked a lot about hybrid learning, so I'm going to start there. Hybrid learning means, in my definition of it, it means that you're going to be teaching to students that are attending remotely and to students in front of you at the same time synchronously. I want to implore the board not to go down that road, because I can't even wrap my head around how a teacher would do that. Teaching remotely versus teaching in person is a very different skill set. Lessons have to be designed in a very different way to serve the needs of all students. And this can be particularly challenging in the classrooms that are hands-on. As an example, like a science experiment. How does a tech teacher show the hands-on portion to people in front of him and to the students at home? Art classes, lots of things I can't wrap my head around. Some school boards have opted to offer that, as we've just heard. And so if our board were going this direction, I can assure you that it will be based on what's the best form of learning for students, and it's not in the best interest of staff well-being. It may be an easy top-down decision to make, but it definitely increases pressure on the frontline staff. Speaking with many colleagues across province that experienced hybrid learning this year, they had high levels of burnout, high absenteeism, and increases in parental complaints. Not to mention, this would be an expectation that our teachers had not yet experienced, and therefore would be a brand new way of having to navigate this uncertain world of teaching. Haven't our teachers done enough? Throwing a new idea at them at any point will result in panic and unrest, when our teachers need, more than ever before, a way to recharge after the school year we have just had. Also, the cost of equipping all of our classrooms in this way for a temporary measure is a waste of taxpayer dollars at best, and at worst can open up a huge can of worms for issues to arise in the area of privacy and human rights. The second thing is that we all need to keep focused on the goal of returning to normalcy. Teachers are clinging to that hope that classes can resume as they had prior to the pandemic. That means students take 4 classes per day over the course of a half a school year or semester for most schools. As the Ministry of Ed has suggested to the boards that they plan for 2 in-person classes, like a quadmester system for the fall of 21. If the board discerns a learning model in September that isn't compatible with returning to normalcy, the students may be stuck in a quadmester situation, even though the health and safety of staff and students is no longer at risk. When the learning model is being considered, I think it should be through the lens of returning to normalcy as soon as is reasonably possible. Third thing is opening up sports and clubs again. There is an emerging data on the impacts of the pandemic on school-age children, and there's an abundance of anecdotal evidence to suggest that there will be learning gaps, and that a period of healing will be required to bring staff and students back to normalcy. High school is an experience. With that experience comes much more than simply credit accumulation. It also means trying out new things, new friends, and experiencing different social situations. So, in planning for the fall, it should include opening up clubs and sports as it becomes reasonably safe to do so. There will be pressure on school boards to allow these things to resume. And if boards are out of step with the community, then the pressure will mount quickly, which again circles back to the desire to return to normalcy. Last thing, I just want to mention that I do recognize things that can change quickly. And I can certainly understand the need for caution as boards proceed and applaud the decision of the board to hold off on asking parents and students on what option to select for their remote option or in person for September 21, but that is required by the ministry. It's very difficult to predict what the circumstances will be prior to starting a new school year. I learned pretty early on that my predictions about the pandemic have generally been wrong. Too many things popped up that I wouldn't have thought to put on my quote unquote bingo card. So waiting to see how things pan out will spare all of us the experience of last summer when government announcements required school boards to plan, stop, and replan multiple times, and therefore waiting is the most prudent decision in my view. All of the educational staff of the board have had to navigate a world of remote learning because of a health crisis, and I have no doubt that they will continue to be the professionals they have been. But I urge the board to consider these comments as decisions are being made for the next school year. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Roy. I do appreciate that. 10 seconds left even. Well done. Anybody have any questions of clarification for our second speaker, Ms. Roy, this evening? Anything from trustees, questions of clarification for Ms. Roy? I thank you again, Ms. Roy, for joining us this evening. We'll give you a few minutes to exit here. Thank you very much.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Thank you, trustees. We'll be moving through our agenda to our new business this evening, looking at L1, capital priority lists. Do we have Superintendent Armstrong with us again?
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to welcome Julianne Hinchliff, our Manager of Facility Services, who is online with us today. And I'd like to thank also Superintendent Allender, who's been very instrumental in the work related to this report. So tonight I just wanted to bring forward to the trustees' attention that the ministry has announced or released its Capital Priorities Program. This provides school boards with the opportunity to identify and address their 10 most urgent pupil accommodation needs for ministry funding consideration. The Capital Priorities Program includes funding allocations for new schools or for major renovations. Administration through the Accommodations Advisory Committee and in collaboration with our planning services consulting firm, Watson & Associates, examined several potential business cases for submission to the ministry. The eligibility for criteria for projects under this program include projects that meet one of 5 categories. The first one's accommodation pressures. The second is replacing schools in poor condition. The third is supporting past consolidation decisions. The fourth is providing facilities for French language rights holders in underserved areas. And the last one is creating new licensed childcare spaces in schools as part of larger capital requests. All projects that are approved by the ministry through the Capital Priorities Program must be opened in the 2024-25 school year. Appendix A in this report identifies the list of recommended capital priority business cases for which we are seeking board approval for submission to the Ministry of Education by the May 21st, 2021 deadline. And also as requested, Appendix B contains a rolling report that shows the capital priority business cases submissions over the past 5 years. And with that, Ms. Hinchliff, myself, and Superintendent Allender would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Armstrong. Have any questions from trustees? I have a question from Trustee Burgess. Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first thing I noticed, and you remarked on it, the first thing I noticed in the memorandum was that it started with C.N. Watson, the board's planning consultant. And I was unaware that we had appointed a board planning consultant in a firm. I knew that was, we need planning services, certainly. But when did that happen?
Through you, Madam Chair, the board issued an RFP for planning services. We had a full-time equivalent that was designated as a board planner, and we have not been successful in filling that position. So back in the fall, in February, we did do an RFP for those services, and Watson and Associate were the successful proponent. Typically, anything that is a procurement that's over $250,000 would come forward to the board. These services don't aggregate to that on an annual basis. And so that's the update with respect to that. Thank you.
You have a supplemental, Trustee Burgess?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Sipcar, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two lines of questioning. So one is on process, then one is on the substance of the list. So I did go back and I looked at our board meeting in minutes, and actually the actual meeting in on September 17th of 2019, and I note that there was a desire for more information, and I appreciate that the differences in these reports, there's a bit more. And I also recognize that we did consult with the planning consultant as well. My question really comes down to the aim, which was that we received this memo in March this year. And then I note that we have to respond in 3 days, May 21st. And it says that the intention is so that it can, essentially be assessed by the board and we can give comment or feedback. But, I guess I ask this, is 3 days really enough? Because at this point, it can't come back to the board in any form. So if it doesn't get approved at this time, then we're not really able, then we can't put these forward for 2021. And at the time in 2019, we didn't know that the pandemic was happening and that there wouldn't be, a few years without submissions. And so my question to administration is there a way for trustees to be kept abreast of these situations or these lists and be given at least 2 board meetings heads up? I just think that it would allow for better conversation and potential input into the actual process of developing this list, especially when we're dealing with some pretty, I think, big, neighborhood changing kind of priorities. So I'm just curious if administration could comment on that, because it really doesn't give us a lot of wiggle room.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll start the discussion, and perhaps Ms. Hinchliffe, who has a great deal of knowledge about the work that's involved in these business cases, can add to it. If we could provide you more time, it would certainly is never intentional on our part to do a table drop at the last minute. The announcement on the capital priorities came out towards the end of March. It's not a lot of time from then until May 21st for the board to do the work. There's a great deal of assessment that's involved in taking a look at the enrollment, the renewal needs. We have to assess the boundaries, a great deal of work. There are ministry templates that require to be completed, as well as a significant write-up that accompanies each business case. And as we were working through this process, we had more than the 7 cases that we're bringing forward today. There were several more. And as we work through that process with the planner consultant, we have to evaluate whether those business cases make sense relative to the project eligibility criteria of the board. So even this morning, quite honestly, we were meeting on the write-ups with Watson and Associates. So it's time consuming, it's a lot of work. And certainly if we could get that to you sooner, we would. I do appreciate your comments. And I think some of these business cases are very similar to what's been put forward previously. And it's unpredictable too. I mean, we came to the board in September of 2019, and then it's now March of 2021. So it doesn't even happen at the same time each year. But perhaps maybe Ms. Hinchliffe might be able to add something further.
Thank you. Yes, I think the listing for the cases actually comes from the annual pupil accommodation report. I think everything is driven by renewal needs, which is identified in that report, and also by enrollment projections. I think the ministry is getting a little bit, for lack of a better word, smarter in how they're evaluating these cases, and they're giving very specific criteria. With the adoption of C.N. Watson as our planner, I think it provides a lot more detailed analysis of the various cases, and most of the various cases are enrollment driven, which is difficult to pin down in these last 2 years just based on what our enrollment projections have been. The facility condition cases have been on the books for several years now, so they're not new. I think the ones that are new are the ones that are the additions, which maybe Superintendent Allwinder can kind of highlight for you as to why they were added.
Yes, and thank you for the question through Madam Chair. I just, as far as the enrollment pressures go, it seems as though the ministry has somewhat shifted to that. Sorry about that, I had my little block on there. The ministry has shifted to that maybe the last year and a half or so, as it appears, based on cases that have been approved. We're still including replacement schools based on school condition, renewal, etc., because that is important. We think they might look at it, but the one that we did add that is new is Legacy Oak, and that was something that's been discussed in the past, and we tried to get a bigger school built in that situation back when we submitted our business case to get the new school. However, I've mentioned as well in the past that the ministry doesn't always give us what we say is going to be projected enrollment for that school. So now we have proof of it, and so thus we're putting it in for that. We did put in a couple other schools as additions. However, once we did all of the work on it, even up till this morning, it was deemed that it's probably not the best case to put in based on the specifications, the criteria that the ministry now has, getting to a certain percent in certain areas for the particular schools. So we took those out. I think, though, that Gosfield, Marlborough, Margaret D. Benny, Talbot Trail, the new school in sort of the southwest area there between Northwood and Westgate, as well as Forest Glade, all of those are the same as what we have submitted previously. The new one on the list is the Legacy Oak School.
And you have a supplemental, Trustee Sipcar?
Yes, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the responses, and I do want to acknowledge the work that goes into these reports. I know they're not easy, and they don't happen overnight. I think to Superintendent Allwinder's last point, that's actually kind of my point, is that this is a very similar list to 2019, and it was the same situation then when we didn't have the opportunity to really give comment or understand the business case, or quite frankly the rationale. I think there's a bit more depth with this report, but we still don't have the individual rationale for each capital priority, and also and I know we're not going to be presented with the business case, but nor really the ability to give input on that as well. And I understand that maybe this is found in other documents, but as a trustee, we're responsible for one of our main roles is to pass the budget, and all of these will come to us as budget requests and budget pressures. And so I very much feel strongly that because they are going to eventually come to us in the form of a budget request, which at that point there's already been all of this other work done, so we can't necessarily say no at that point. I don't feel that we really get enough insight prior to approving these that go to the ministry. And so I guess I just want to register my my concern with the process here as being something that is quite frankly that we do have to approve in order to move forward, because we don't get without all the details.
Director Kelly?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a confusion. The ministry, once these are approved, the ministry provides the money. That's how it goes. It's not a budget approval. From the ministry would grant us, if it's $25 million for a school, that would be given to us. Our job is to make the best business cases. to facilitate that. So
But
it's not.
But it's my understanding that that goes to the trustees, though, if I'm correct. Like that's
No, it is approved by the ministry. The ministry would grant the funding for a school. Maybe I'm confused.
I understand that, but at the end of the day, the trustee approves the final build and the final location of a school. Is that not? Am I not correct in that?
Yes, in a sense, but the ministry does provide the budget. That I understand it a little differently than what you're suggesting.
Okay. I'm gonna move forward through. So I'm going to, pardon me. Trustee Leclerc, go ahead. Sorry about that, guys. I had to scroll back through my my chat here. Trustee Leclerc, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I will ask a question regarding the Legacy Oak Trails Public School Edition. And I think Superintendent A. Wander can speak to that. And I'm wondering about two factors. One is the size of the suggested addition. How does that compare to the numbers that we were looking for initially for the original build? And secondly, I'm wondering if we've taken into consideration the significant announcements recently in the town of LaSalle for all the significant builds, the new subdivision that's being built immediately behind that school, as well as the announcement of in the neighborhood of 500 condominiums that are going up in the next 2 years. And the one interesting thing I've seen here, just in the short time that I've been in the condominium I'm in now, because of the increases in prices of properties, we have families moving in who have school-age children because, quite frankly, they want to come to LaSalle, but they can't afford a single-family home. So if you could answer that for me, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Leclerc, and through you, Madam Chair. And Shelley and Juliana, you can jump in anytime here after I just give my 2 cents. Trustee Leclerc, we actually, even yesterday, I believe it was, and this morning with CN Watson, we did tell them to beef up the business case because we do know that the development out there is going to be fairly significant. We know the stormwater they're going in now out in that area, which it wasn't happening before, which is why we were having trouble finding land at that point. But now the school's there and all of a sudden it's taken off. So we do know all of it's coming that way. We know that the enrollment at that school over the past 2.5 years or so has significantly increased, partly because we've been in COVID and what's been mentioned previously with the French immersion program, a number of the students that were either virtual or correspondence had left the French immersion program and gone back into the English program. So we are aware of it. We had them beef up the case. We told them what we believe is going to be necessary over the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years in that area.
No supplementary, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Trustee Leclerc. Trustee Cheen, go ahead. Trustee Cheen, do we have you? I'm gonna type in the chat here just to see. I'm gonna go.
Oh, hello. Sorry.
Of course. Go ahead.
Sorry, my computer died just now, so I cannot chat even. Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is regarding the New Forest Glade Public School, and it's kind of combined the two school, Tecumseh Vista and Forest Glade, and I have been to Tecumseh Vista. I think it's pretty good school and with good, facilities. I don't know.
Sorry, Trustee Cheen, I don't want to interrupt, but no, it's not combining Tecumseh Vista. It's combining. There's two schools on kind of one piece of property there. It's
Forest Glade Public School, and then there's a primary learning center. It's combining those.
So Tecumseh Vista is still there, right?
Yes, it will still be there, and there's no business case that involves Tecumseh Vista.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other
Madam
trustees?
Chair, I have a couple questions. Trustee Halberstadt.
Sure, you can go ahead with your first question, Trustee Halberstadt. If you do have a second one, I will put you in the queue there.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Gosfield North, it's got a fairly low enrollment, and I think not 500 students, 409 students. And I'm just wondering, and I see in the small print, and I agree with Trustee Sarah, by the way, that this is last minute stuff. I wish we could have more time to talk about this and study this information. It's fairly detailed. But anyway, in 2020, which is the current ask, it says it's $4 million. In 2019, again in the small print there, little red 17. In 2019, it was more at $4.1 million, if I'm reading it right. So, why is it going down now in 2020 from what it was and what was estimated in 2019?
Superintendent.
Well, let me, through you, Madam Chair, it's Juliana Hinchliffe. I believe you're looking at the 4.1 and the 4 million is the renewal needs?
Yes.
Okay. The renewal needs are adjusted based on the last 5 years. So renewal needs are never the same number. Renewal needs will adjust every year, because renewal needs, we do work, and then work gets added on after the fact from the next year. So it's a shifting 5-year average for renewal needs, so it will never be the same in most cases. It'll shift either between the high and urgent, or some years there may not be any renewal needs, so the number stays the same, but a lot of times they do shift. So there's obviously, for one thing at Gosfield, we have removed the sewage treatment plant there. We've provided a force main to the main sewer there. We've also upgraded most of the school around the FDK when we did that, which removed some renewal needs. We removed, we've done roofing there, and we've done multiple projects to keep that school going. So the renewal needs would then shift. Hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, so you feel that that the enrollment is stable and not, well, obviously you already poured quite a bit of money into that school. So, but do you think the enrollment numbers are stable? I think I read that in the report.
If I could just quickly answer the question about the renewal needs. One of the things that the ministry doesn't take into consideration, which is why this case has always come up, is the fact that most of the school has a 9-classroom porta-pack addition, which is made out of wood with asphalt shingles. Those structures we call them permanent, the ministry calls them temporary. So none of the renewal needs for that structure is incorporated into the 4.1 million, which is why we continually ask for that replacement school. And I can let Superintendent Awander discuss the enrollment projections.
Yes, and thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Trustee Halberstadt, the enrollment based on what the actual permanent structure of that building is actually over capacity. Because we have that 9-room porta-pack plus a couple smaller offices there for LST and so forth, we have enough room for the students. But part of it is, as Mrs. Hinchliffe said, we don't want, that's going to be our last permanent structure. Part of the reason we did receive the new Legacy Oak is because they have a Porta-Pack addition there. It's either 8 or 9 or 10 room addition on that particular school. So that helps us in the business case because it's considered temporary. And so we are in a way right sizing the school, getting a better structure. It's a fairly high FCI that's at that particular school, and that doesn't, as Mrs. Hinchliffe said, doesn't even include the Porta-Pack portion of it. As far as enrollment goes, we actually feel there's a new subdivision going in right by the school, and we think that it's definitely going to stay stable. It's been stable for a number of years, but it actually may now start to increase in the next few years.
Okay, Madam Chair, I just have one quick supplementary on this.
You've already had a supplementary, Trustee Halverson, and I do appreciate it, but I do need to move forward with the agenda. I do have you down for a second question, so perhaps you can weave it into the supplemental on that one. Otherwise, that can be sent to Superintendent Awinder or whomever. But I am going to continue forward. Trustees, I also want to point out, my apologies, this hadn't been moved and seconded, so I do appreciate Trustee Leclerc pointing that out. It has been moved by Trustee Leclerc, seconded by Trustee Cook. Pardon me. Procedurally, that was my mistake. I appreciate it being pointed out and the support and seconding. So following through we're on second questions now. Trustee Burgess, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We can always ask questions of the presenter before the movement, but I'm glad it's on the table. I have a question about the procedural stuff. I really take a previous speaker's point in that obviously we have a deadline of May 21st, so of course we're going to plow through and support this with amendments or whatever, but we're going to support it this evening because we have a hard deadline. But I wonder in the future, Madam Chair, if we could see this as an item coming forward to the Committee of Operations and Finance, for example, with a representative from CN Watson in attendance who would be able to ask those, down the rabbit hole questions, which is why you have committees, to ask those questions for clarification, etc. And that gives us whether to move that item that night as an action arising from Operations and Finance, or to wait to the next public board meeting when we can ratify that that motion or present another, whatever. But I just think procedurally, because these things are erratic, I've seen them in fall, winter, spring, and I don't think I've seen them in summer, but I don't put anything past anybody. So because they have been erratic and because they're so detailed and require us to understand whether it's schools that we're aware of or not, we are interested. We do want to govern this well. I wonder if we could make sure in the future, through you, Madam Chair, to suggest that this makes its presence at a committee level first, and then we can decide to ratify it at the full board. And that would be my question. Can we do that? Can we consider that, please?
Is that a question to me? Or is that a question to Director?
Well, it's not quite rhetorical, but through you, Madam Chair, if somebody wants to take it, like Superintendent Armstrong or Juliana, I understand the things just came in March, but we have had Operations and Finance since then, and even a special meeting of Operations and Finance prior to, just to, so that, we're not boring everybody in the public maybe to tears, but we can ask those in-depth questions. I want to ask about servery size. I want to ask about a whole pile of things, but I know we're gonna sign this for to get it in before May 21st, and I have read the report and I am in support. So, but I just procedurally would like to see this discussed at committee level prior. Thank you.
Superintendent Armstrong, do you have a response there?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I mean, we're certainly open and would be happy to do what we can, but anything like that would be 2 weeks prior. And so anything that we would be bringing forward at that committee level would be extremely high level. We would not be looking for anything for approval. Like I said, we were still hashing out those business cases this morning with our planner consultant. So we can certainly do our best. Like I said, there's no malintent to provide table drops and to do this at the last minute. We certainly, a lot of work goes into them, and we'll do the best that we can. Thank you.
Supplemental, I would not want any connotation, please, of malintent. That's not my question. My question is, if in the future we are given a reasonable time in order to clobber this thing together and get it in by a submission date, that if we have the opportunity, we should do it at a committee level. The other thing I would ask, is it possible then to, with this submission, please make a kind note that we would like more time, that this is onerous? Is there some way of letting the government know that this is, we were racing to the finish this morning, so what's the opportunity to make sure that we've dotted all I's, crossed all T's, and have any kind of level of good governance on this when we, we have it with a few days to look at it?
I don't know who's wanting to go there, Director Kelly or Superintendent Armstrong.
I'll go first as Director Kelly. Yeah, I appreciate, and certainly we can try to do some high level view at the operations committee. I think that would be, I want you to also realize how successful this board has been with its business cases to the ministry. I think it speaks to the quality, and I think we probably have had more successful new schools and additions than almost any board in Ontario ratio-wise. So I do just want to acknowledge the work and the thoroughness of our staff in getting those things done.
Thank you very much. Trustee Sipkar, your second question, and then I believe we will call for a vote after that.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I have a question specifically now onto the list, specifically the number 2 ranking, which is the new elementary school in West Windsor. And the question that I have about this one, and I wonder what the boundary of this new school will be. And secondly, does that new proposed school boundary get included in the business case? As I mentioned, we don't have a lot of detail, and there's really no way to know, but I'm just curious as to how that kind of gets developed and where that information, and if that information gets communicated to the ministry.
I'm going to turn that question over either to Ms. Hinchliff or to Superintendent Allender. Thank you.
I can certainly talk about the business case itself. I can't talk about for sure the boundaries. I think CN Watson does the analysis, and no boundaries ever get submitted during the business case submission at all. It is a very high level. It basically says we have this much over capacity in this area, and we feel the enrollment projections would require a school of X. It's like Lakeshore, the new school in Lakeshore, between Lakeshore Discovery and Bell River Public. There are no boundaries set. That's the work of Superintendent Awander, and the ministry didn't ask for those. And those kind of decisions are much more detailed than the ministry needs to know. They're looking pretty much at a dollars and cents, like where does the math end up? And I'll let Superintendent Awander continue. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. There is sort of a boundary that has been outlined. We did have CN Watson look into that, and they've basically given us a particular area that we could potentially put the school. But again, it's very high level right now. The key is to hopefully, in every single one of these cases, get the money, but we know that probably won't happen. But as many as we can get, we'll be hopeful for that. So what it would incorporate is, it's because of the accommodation pressures both at Westgate that has 8 portables and then Northwood has 10 portables. And at this point, although they have told us, the city, that the build out area, and I've mentioned this before, was complete, what's been happening is some of the, if you want to call it forest land that's out there, some of the agricultural, the lands have been rezoned for residential, which wasn't happening, I'm going to say maybe 5-6 years ago or so. And as a result, the enrollments continue to increase. And then with Westgate, we had the closure of the Catholic school, the coterminous board school there, and which is right beside the park of the backyard of Westgate. And we ended up picking up a number of students there, as well as now any new families that move into that neighborhood. A lot of them are going to Westgate because it's the proximity of the school and how close they are. So that's where they choose. Secondly, Northwood, we tend to pick up a number of students even in the higher grades throughout the year because a number of them want to be there so that they are able to go to Massey, is what we found over the years. And so it's I guess it's basically the enrollment pressures is why we're doing it. And as Mrs. Hinchliffe said, she talked about the other schools there out in the Lakeshore area. There's accommodation pressures at both of those as well, and that's why that's on the list.
You have a supplemental? Go ahead.
I do have a supplemental then. Okay, so on that note then, and the reason why I asked that question of where that boundary would be is because those two schools fall into two different families of schools which report to two different high schools. And I'm curious what family of schools if that this school will be would fall under, if it's the Westgate, or if it's the Westview Freedom Academy, or if it's the Massey. And the reason why that's important is because Massey is over capacity, whereas Westview is under capacity, according to our long-term accommodation plan. And so I'm just wondering if that is a factor in location of this school, and if that has been decided as to what family of school this new potential school will belong to.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the question, Trustee Sipkar. Very good question. And that's something, because we're at such a high level right now and we don't exactly know where that school is going to be, we wouldn't know at this point in time what the family of schools it would belong to is. I'll give you an example, though. When I was the principal over at Bellwood, and we did the accommodation review there, and then the new Giles School opened up with that. Basically, to make it simple, is the families that were that were north of EC Row ended up going to the WD Low building and the new Giles building, and families that were south of EC Row basically stayed at Bellwood for the French. There was another catchment area that was south of EC Row, but I won't go there because it's a different section. And so when that happened, we initially started where all of our families at Giles still fed to Sandwich Secondary, and but we were in Herman's district. So then what happened was the following year we did another boundary change when I was the principal at Giles, and it was a boundary change that took, instead of Bolette being the boundary, it ended up being, I think it was Walker. So now we had a number of students that came over from what was formerly McCallum, that's now Herman Elementary, and we picked up about 200 students from there. And so at this point in time, the students geographically that are east of Bolette still feed into Herman. Those that are west of Bolette still feed into Sandwich. So it's kind of a dual school there, the way it works. So depending on where the school is, we would then determine where the students might locate as far as their secondary education goes.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I apologize. Trustee Halberstadt, you did have a second question in the queue there. I'll let you do your second question and then we'll vote on this.
Point for clarification, if I could, Madam Chair, is this L1 and L2? Because we're discussing business cases, but I saw a motion just for L1.
This is just L1. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Indeed. Go ahead, Trustee Halberstadt.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the original information was that we identified 10 schools, and we're only doing, I guess, 6 or 7. So is that the rolling part of it, or why wouldn't we put in 10 applications if we can?
Superintendent Armstrong?
Yeah, I can start that, and I'm sure Ms. Hinchliffe and Superintendent Allwender can chime in. Yes, there's an opportunity to submit up to 10. Part of it is it's a lot of effort and work and analysis to write up the business cases and to do the analysis on the enrollment and on the facility condition of the facilities. So that plays part of it. We did examine more than the 7 business cases, but we also took a look at the ministry's criteria, and we felt that those business cases were not very strong, and there might have been other alternatives in which we could address some of those issues. And we also do need to keep in mind that we need to also have these facilities completed by the 24-25 school year. And so we need to factor those considerations in as well. And certainly if Ms. Hinchliff or Superintendent Allender would like to chime in, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
No, thank you, Superintendent Armstrong. I think that was well said. We had 10, as Superintendent Armstrong suggested, and the enrollment projections just didn't support the case. I think Superintendent Awander provides a great deal of knowledge on where enrollment pressures are. I think because of the recent, the last 4, 5, 6 years of school condition improvement money, our renewal needs, even though they're great, we've been managing to do some great things in our older buildings, and they have to be viable. If for example, Marlborough and Gosfield are great replacement school cases, simply because we don't have to go find land. We don't have to go procure land, which makes some other cases extremely difficult, especially in the core of the city of Windsor. It's very difficult, or any place in Windsor. So we continue to always look for opportunities, but I think as the Director Kelly has mentioned, we have been extremely successful in the last 5-10 years in getting a lot of replacement schools and school consolidations, which means that our infrastructure is getting a lot better. So, and enrollment pressure cases are the priority for the ministry. And I think we've done, through Superintendent Awander and CN Watson, a great analysis and provided the strongest cases forward.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I would like to also add my commendation for how successful we are in getting these projects done. Although sometimes I'd like a little more information earlier, but certainly overall, we're doing a good job, obviously.
Indeed, much appreciated, Trustee Halberstadt. So trustees, I'm looking to call the vote now on the recommendation in front of us on the capital priorities list. So it's been moved and seconded. Anyone in opposition to the recommendation in front of us to approve the submission of the capital priorities projects to the Ministry of Education for 2020-2021? Give it one last second. Anyone in opposition? Hearing none, that passes. Thank you very much, trustees. Going now to L2. Can I get a mover for L2, the recommendation? Yes, thank you, Trustee Burgess. We are at 9:10. Anyone against us moving forward through the agenda? Anyone against us moving forward through the agenda? We are at 9:10, which is a timed item. I would like to continue to move through the agenda. Trustees, we need some feedback on whether we're willing to move through the agenda instead of going to timed items. Is anyone against that?
Keep it moving.
Let's keep moving
forward. Tremendous. So I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for L2.
I moved it.
Thank you.
Trustee Leclerc seconded it.
I'd like to ask that these be separated out. Can they be separated as 4 separate motions?
Is that an amendment that they be separated to 4 separate motions?
Yeah, there's 4 separate business cases. I just wonder if we would vote on them separately. if we've had time to, it's for, I understand that it's one motion, but it's technically 4 itemized points. So I'd like to ask that we would separate them out.
That would be an amendment. So we would need support on that amendment to separate these out into 4. I don't know what the intention of that would be.
Could I just ask for clarification as to why?
Sure, I can offer clarification. I am potentially
Point for information, a point of order. Point of order, actually. There's a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. If you want to put forward an amendment, I think you have to put forward the amendment and see if you have support for that amendment before you discuss the rationale. You're asking about the rationale before a motion for amendment is even on the floor.
Well, there is it's been moved, and so it just needs to be seconded before we can discuss any rationale for it.
I believe Trustee Cook seconded it. I thought so. I heard that. I could be wrong though. And I'm sorry, on the amendment or on the actual motion?
Trustee Cook seconded the actual motion itself. She did not second the amendment though.
No, I moved the motion and Trustee Leclerc seconded the motion.
Thank you. So we're looking for support on this amendment. I am not hearing any support, so that fails. So back to the recommendation on the floor. Do we have questions from trustees on the recommendation?
Question, Burgess?
Trustee Leclerc, you can go ahead, and then Trustee Burgess, I've got you next, and then Trustee Sipcar. Go ahead, Trustee Leclerc.
Okay, thank you. So for point of clarification, if I understand the process here for the templates, it's simply a process exercise of filling in the number of students, the number of classrooms, etc. It's a formula, and it's just a simple template that gets approved by the ministry. Is that correct?
This is Juliana, through you, Madam Chair. In simple words, yes. When these space templates are generated, the enrollment number, the on-the-ground capacity, generates in the template a sample school. So it's basically the ministry's recommended sizes for spaces and the number of types of spaces. Many years ago, the Board of Trustees suggested that they would like some input into school programming. And this is the school programming for all these new school business cases. What this motion does for us is it saves months and months of ministry, for lack of a better word, red tape. Because if we were successful in getting a business case for one of these new schools many months from now, we would have to go through this exact same exercise. And then we would have to submit that to the ministry, which would take months to get approved before we could even hire an architect. So the ministry just wants to make sure that schools are being built within their suggested parameters and within their suggested square footage. The programming that's critical is the one that's listed in the memo: how many classrooms, the music room, the gyms, and sizing is all based on the enrollment projections that you get. The only constant you see is 1,200 square foot for kindergarten classrooms and 750 for regular classrooms. So this is typical of what we do for all schools, and there has been no changes that would impact anything that you haven't seen before.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do have Trustee Burgess, who vocally put herself in the queue first, and then Trustee Sipcar. So go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Yeah, my internet was kind of sketchy there for a second. I just didn't know if I was going to make the chat. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is around serveries and kitchen. And I see that it's kind of a templated 210 square feet or 20 square meters. Is that the same size that's what was approved for the plan at the Kingsville school, that it's attached to, like, our thoughts are that it probably is going to be attached to the early years area or something, 20 square meters for preparation of food and snacks?
Thank you for that question through you, Madam Chair. Serveries have developed over the years in various forms, and we've learned and kind of improved on serveries. We used to put serveries near a gym, and what we found as separate rooms near a gym. For hot dogs days with a double door, and then they could cook the hot dogs and serve hot dogs. But what they found is that the space wasn't big enough. So when we were working through Westgate, we actually took that 230 square feet and actually put it in a classroom. So what they do at that classroom is that they provide the breakfast program in the morning, and then provide early on after. So as with all spaces in all schools, we make them as flexible as possible so that it can be used all day, every day for a variety of needs that the school has. So that's the answer to that.
Thank you for taking care of my supplemental question about the breakfast programs and early on and that kind of thing. It's very important in every single one of these schools, so I appreciate your answer. Thanks.
I love it when a good plan comes together. Go ahead, Trustee Sipcar.
Thank you. I'd really like to understand the business case a bit better for the replacement school for Marlborough, and how we got to the number of 490. And the reason why I ask that is that because if that's a current number, because in 2020 we're at 497 in terms of our enrollment according to our long-term accommodations plan on page 109. This was from our 2020 plan. And when you look at it going forward, you see it growing to 535 in 2024, assuming that this project would get approved and be done by then. And I understand that the way that the ministry calculates on the ground capacity is potentially different than how schools are used to be built, and so there's a bit of a discrepancy there. But I would like to know how we got to that number, and also how we can justify submitting a business case when we know that this number will be too small. And we know we've had this on Giles, we've had this on Legacy Oak, and the reason why I'm asking it, and maybe it's a sticking point for me in terms of being able to approve these or not, is because I don't understand the logic of submitting a business case for a lower number of students that we know is not going to satisfy the enrollment, and will result in portables that are expensive and also not within our budget for how do we get to the number of 490, and how can we submit a business case based on that when we know our enrollment is projected to be higher?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Sipcar, and through you, Madam Chair. It's a great question, and their enrollment has been growing over the years, especially because they have the implementation of the French immersion program that's come over from Giles. So what actually will potentially happen in the future, and I have presented it a few times to the Board of Trustees, is a boundary change with a neighboring school that would actually decrease the population for a school that's not at full capacity at this point in time. So that's how the number goes in. Part of what we talked about with CN Watson was that, as far as a business case goes, to try to get a new school at Marlborough.
And if you don't mind, through you, Madam Chair, I'd just like to have a supplement. One of the things that's part of the business case is that we have to explain why there's empty spaces in every surrounding school. So it's not simple. So if there's a school that we aren't considering and it has empty space and it has an adjacent boundary, the case would not be a strong one. So that's why it's critical that we look at all the options and why that school is a little bit smaller.
Supplemental, Trustee Sipcar? I do, but yeah, I have a second question, not on that line, but a different question.
Okay, I'll ask one if any trustees have a first question, and then any other trustees have a first question for this agenda item. I see a second question for Trustee Burgess, but I will put that in the queue. Go ahead, Trustee Sipcar.
Thank you. I'd like to ask again on the Marlborough School, particularly as there was a comment on the location, and that was going to be what I asked. And assuming that the new school is built on the same parcel of land, I wondered two things. One was, has there been is there community use of that land? It's my understanding that it is used by community partners in terms of the baseball diamond and other facilities that are on the land, and have those community partners at all been consulted? And secondly, and I know that I can figure out the response to this question, is have we considered rehabbing the building itself? And why is that not an option being brought forward as opposed to a new replacement school?
Well, I'll jump in here if you don't mind, through you, Madam Chair. To my knowledge, I don't know that we rent any of Marlborough sites to anyone. I've never heard of a partnership on Marlborough site. The community center has been closed and almost deemed surplus by the city for many years now. So I don't think that is a stumbling block as far as I can understand. I will certainly go back to our rental department and find out, but I've never heard of any use of that land. The opportunity for rehabilitation of the building is certainly not off the table. This business case, as with all these business cases, is extremely high level. Campbell is a perfect example of that. We received funding for a new school and subsequently, in partnership with the City of Windsor, rehabilitated the building. So I don't think we're at that level of planning at this point in time.
Go ahead with a supplemental, Trustee Sipcar.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate that response, Ms. Hinchcliffe. I think, part of the concern is that in our haste to maybe build a new school, that we're not considering some of the dynamics within the West End and other buildings that have been closed and have been removed. And so, and also in particular, the historical features that may or may not be present that we need to consider. And so I understand this is extremely high level and it's just being submitted to the ministry. And so I'm glad to know that those options are still on the table, because I really think that we need to be extremely sensitive with how we move forward with this new school. So as I'm saying this, I realize it's not really a question, it's a statement. So my apologies, but I just wanted to say thank you for that response.
Thank you. And I've got a second question from Trustee Burgess, and then I believe we'll move to a vote on this.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly, the recommendation before us has 4 bullet points or nuggets or whatever you want to call them, about 4 different schools. I'm assuming these are not in a prioritization. They are not in they are just a list. So there will be equal advocacy for the business cases for all 4, and that this isn't a prioritized list. Am I correct in assuming that?
This is Superintendent Armstrong. Yeah, we're just seeking approval for the space templates based on the list that's provided. It's not prioritized, but certainly given that the board's approved us to submit these business cases now to the ministry, it is very helpful, as Ms. Hinchcliffe indicated, for submission of the associated space templates with those business cases.
Cheers, thank you, no supplemental.
Much appreciated. Thank you, trustees. We'll be moving to vote on this recommendation in front of us. It's been moved and seconded. Anyone in opposition to the recommendation in front of us on the agenda this evening? Anyone in opposition? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. On to L3, the school year calendar.
there's a recommendation in front of us to approve the school year calendar for 21-22. That has been moved by Trustee Leclerc, seconded by Trustee Cook. Much appreciated. Any discussion on, or Superintendent Hillman, I see you popped up there. Do you have a presentation, or are you just willing to accept questions?
I'm willing to speak briefly, and I apologize. I had my camera on, but that was a little jagged there. I would just note the memorandum on handwritten 35 of your agenda package that identifies the considerations for the calendar for 2021 and the recommendation. This year, to provide a little more clarity, I've provided some background information on the process on handwritten 36 that kind of describes the framework for school year calendars and the rules that we follow. So I hope that trustees found that helpful. And the bottom part of page 36 is just an excerpt from regulation 304, so that you have a sense again of calendars. I will note for trustees to distinguish between school year calendars, which outline the days students go to school, start of school year, end of school year, vacations at traditional December and March. Those are the elements of school year calendars, and that's what's up for recommendation today. That is distinct and separate from how we would schedule a secondary school, for example, semesters or quadmesters. So whatever school scheduling model we employ based on ministry directives and our opening plans, quadmesters potentially to start the year, all of those fit within these approved calendars. It doesn't change the dates of PA days. So this really helps clarify for students the days they attend school and the days they don't. So I'd be happy to respond to questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Hillman. Do we have any questions from trustees? Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We deviated from our school calendar this year that we approved last year because we've deviated from so many things because we still are building the plane while we're flying it. There's no guarantee that, all breaks are going to be the same. We're assuming the best. I'm wondering, what is the tenor of discussion with particularly transportation with our coterminous board, et cetera? If we're looking at models that require busing or kids not being there in alternate days or hybrid models or any of those things, like we're making a school calendar recommendation, but I'm wondering it always has transportation implications when days, PA days, different things are different, and that also has influence on instructional days. So I'm wondering if there's any ramification with our coterminous boards. Has it changed from last year?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. Planning is work with coterminous boards around the transportation consortium. If we had a PA day that none of the other school boards did, or if they had a PA day that we didn't, the cost to us is tens of thousands of dollars per day. So I am proud to say that the three boards that do the planning for this have agreed on this calendar completely for the course of the coming year, as we did for this year. You were polite and understated when you said we changed our calendar. I think we're on calendar 6, and that's obviously unprecedented and nothing I've ever experienced before. So this is based on the requirements of the ministry. This is a calendar following the deadlines with the best information we know now that has complete agreement from our partners around the PA days. You're correct in two ways. One, there were changes this year based on ministry directives, and I'm not naive to think that couldn't happen again. And there are some implications for changes in models around schools being designated, and if we become Model A and A's and B's and those things. So we don't have that information at this time. We're certainly hopeful that isn't where we end up, but we may find ourselves. I've done more work with my partners from my coterminous boards on calendar in the last 12 months than I did in the previous 10 years.
My goodness, thank you for that. No supplemental. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other trustees with questions?
on our calendar for 21-22. I appreciate this. I know there was some chatter on Twitter about this, and I know our families have been looking forward to being able to at least have some sort of plan that they can kind of count on. So to your point, Superintendent Hillman, this is the best we have right now, and so I do appreciate that. So trustees, seeing no other questions, I am going to look for a vote on the recommendation in front of us to approve the school year calendar for 2021-2022 as submitted by the schools under its jurisdiction. Anyone in opposition to this recommendation in front of us for approval of calendar? Any trustees in opposition? Give all of us a few minutes who may have some technical difficulties. Seeing and hearing none, that passes unanimously. Thank you, trustees, and thank you to Superintendent Hillman and all of our partners for working on that. Thank you very much. So moving back through the agenda to item L4, the school naming committee for the new school in Forest Glade. That has been moved by Trustee Olmsted and seconded by Trustee Cook. Do we have any discussion on this? So do we have any discussion on this from trustees? Seeing none. So we do have the two area trustees from that area of schools and that ward, Trustee Hatfield and Trustee Cook. Will be our representatives on that committee, and so I remind trustees that if there are any feedback that you would like to give to the committee, that would be those would be the people that you would contact, as they are our representatives on that committee. And I thank both them and everybody else that community members and other members on that committee. So anyone in opposition to the appointment of the members for the new school in Forest Glade naming committee? Anyone in opposition? Seeing and hearing none, that passes unanimously as well. Thank you very much. Moving on to L5. Recommendation that the board approve the attached borrowing bylaw number 38. It's been moved by Trustee Leclerc. I need a seconder. Seconded by Trustee Burgess. Any discussion on this, trustees? Item L5. Attached borrowing bylaw. Any discussion? Any discussion on L5? Seeing and hearing none. Anyone in opposition to the board approval of the attached borrowing bylaw number 38? Any trustees in opposition to the approval of L5? Seeing and hearing none, that passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Moving on to L6, employee conflict of interest. The recommendation is in front of us. Moved by Trustee Cook, seconded by Trustee Leclerc. Thank you very much. Any discussion, trustees, on our employee conflict of interest policy and recommendation, or in regulation, pardon me? Any discussion from trustees on L6? Seeing and hearing none, I'll call for the vote on L6, approving the policy and recommendation on employee conflict of interest. Any in opposition? Is anyone in opposition of approving the policy and regulation for employee conflict of interest? Seeing none, thank you very much. That passes unanimously. Moving on to L7, policy and regulation on procurement. That's been moved by Trustee Cook, seconded by Trustee Leclerc. Nice 1-2 punch we got here tonight with you two. Thank you very much. Any discussion or questions from trustees on this policy and regulation? Any discussion or questions on the policy and regulation for procurement? Seeing and hearing none, I will make just a quick comment here. I want to thank Superintendent Armstrong and the procurement team. There's quite a bit of work that went into this. We had quite an excellent discussion at Policy Committee about this, and I was quite impressed and felt like all my questions were answered, and clearly trustees also feel that way. So so very well done. So looking for the vote on our procurement, passing our procurement policy and regulation. Anyone in opposition to passing L7? I'm getting there, Trustee Leclerc. I am. Anyone in opposition to L7? Easy, you two. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, trustees. Now we're on L8, interim and acting director, both policy and regulation. It's been moved by Trustee Leclerc, seconded by Trustee Cook. Trustee Sipcar tried to get in there. So it's that L8, the interim / acting director, policy and regulation, has been moved and seconded. Any discussion from trustees? Any questions? Any discussion or questions from trustees on L8? Seeing and hearing none, I move to the vote. Any in opposition of approving our interim acting director of education, policy and regulation? Anyone in opposition? Guys, I like this so much. That one passes as well unanimously. Thank you very much. We have L9 is actually taken off the agenda this evening. It was deferred to September at the beginning of tonight's meeting. So now we are moved down to the report of the Director of Education. Director Kelly.
Yes, thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair. I'm looking for my slides. I think they're going to come up in just a second. Yes. Thank you. So in spite of all the challenges that we continue to face, good things are still happening through the district. We are seeing daily how everyone is making the best of difficult situations. Our general contractor, Fortis Construction, has begun work on the new school in Forest Glade area, and that will replace the Eastwood and Parkview public schools. It's scheduled to be complete by next summer. And as well at Legacy Oak Trail in LaSalle, things are on schedule for completion this summer for a September opening. Speaking of construction, at Coronation Public School, the students in the Gaines class got some assistance from their friends at Home Depot to do some work of their own. I don't know if we can switch that slide. I think. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's a good picture. And this week, our partners at Build a Dream have put together a terrific night for all our high school students to celebrate Trades Week. And it should be a very informative and inspirational program. At WF Herman Academy, meanwhile, elementary students are busy building homes for their feathered friends in an Earth Week project sponsored by the Parent Involvement Committee. And QP 27, we're a little slow here, we're a little bit behind. Okay, and I'll just continue. And QP 27 once again celebrated Earth Week by engaging students in an art contest with a message and congratulations to the winner, Sarah from Massey and Pearl, who attends the virtual school, the Greater Essex County Virtual School. So we see the Feathered Friend projects, and there we see Pearl and Sarah's work. You may have noticed that we have a lot of media, social media messages out about our winners in the we had Employee Appreciation Week, and so a lot of things were sent out. So last week was a good week to acknowledge all the wonderful things that staff are doing every day. And one of the highlights was the announcement of the Outstanding Service Award winners from 2020. That would be Bill Murray, Natalie Natalie Browning Morgan, Maddie Gale, Brianne John, Raymond Monfortin, Bernadette Berthault. I was trying to say it. Yeah, it's Berthault. Thank you. Susan Pilato, Rob Romano, Jennifer Eaton, and Francisco Urbana Ruiz. And our 2021 recipients were Brian Bartlett, Annie Bondi, Jan Foy, Karen Gosenick, June Harris, Tim Lozon, Susan Morose, Melanie Olette, Jack Sanders, and Barry Welsh. Congratulations to all of these exceptional Greater Essex County District School Board employees. And if you haven't had a chance to read some of the write-ups, they are wonderful. I think they really capture the essence of the people that they represent. Throughout the board, employees are also celebrated last week, and many, including everyone at Giles Campus French Immersion Public School, received some gifts for their efforts. Staff are finding new ways of doing old things, important things, such as the VIP program, where Constable McEachran of the Windsor Police gave his presentation to students online. And schools are doing everything they can to make the learning experience complete for all students, including the familiar daily ritual of morning announcements. This is Fit Week in the Greater Essex County District School Board, and we hope that everyone is doing what they can to stay active and healthy. Our theme is Think Positive, and congratulations to Molly Dimer of Essex Public School, who designed this year's logo, and folks such as Leslie McMullen of Northwood are getting in the spirit of the week. And that positive attitude is spreading. One of the latest fad is what's known as the sign wars. Many of our schools are using their signs to have some good-natured fun, exercise their sense of humor. I have noticed those signs, they're quite enjoyable. So those are some of the things that are happening around the system at this time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions should you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kelly. That was wonderful. Do we have any questions for the director from trustees on her report this evening? Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
I'm not going to reserve it for trustee question period. I want to ask from your report, if you can, you haven't given any indication of what your predictions are for schooling in the month of June. And I'm wondering, can you report on what you think might happen? Have you gotten any indications in your conversations with local health unit, anything else? Can we give our parents any heads up? It's May 18th and lockdowns end June 2nd.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. No, we have no direction from either the ministry or local public health. And so I wouldn't be able to really comment on that. You know, you see different sides of it in the media, but no, we haven't got any indication of that. Should we get that, I'd be glad to share that, but I wouldn't want to predict and be wrong. And I've done that before.
Thank you, and thank you for that question, Trustee Burgess. I think there are many out there wondering. I'm one of them. So we're all awaiting that information, and that communication will come from either the ministry or public health. Any other questions of Director Kelly? Thank you very much, Director Kelly. I love when I end your reports with a huge smile on my face, because there's a lot that we can still celebrate while we go through all of this, these trials, and I'm so glad that we're able to do that as well. So thank you, and thank you to everyone out there. Congratulations again to our outstanding service award winners. So we need we're moving on to N2, report of the OPSBA Director Delegate. Trustee Burgess, do you have anything?
I will let everyone know that they will see it in the minutes, in the draft minutes going forward. My report and my year-end review report for the education program work team, the policy development work team meetings and joint meetings that I've had with education program at the OPSPA level. On behalf of Western Region, we have completed our terms. That is a report that you can read. When you sign up for these additional responsibilities, you generally think you're going to have 2 face-to-face meetings and 2 virtual meetings, and it ended up being, a dozen. So anyway, my report also goes into some detail that I found very helpful. The OPSPA Board of the OPSPA has put together speaker series, and they have continued, and our last one is this Thursday, May the 20th, and I invite everyone to see that at the lunchtime hour. They're free. They're easy to just give a note to Kendra and at OPSPA, and just to know she's expecting, so many attendees. But I really strongly suggest you take advantage of that. We're going to be discussing the future of school, so it's going to be a pretty dynamic discussion. But I did also attend the strategic planning in a crisis, and our strategic planning has occurred, and we have our draft strategic plan that has gone out for consultation amongst many of our committees and community partners. I suggest that you also look at that speaker series that specifically spoke to strategic planning in a crisis, just to have some reflection on what it is that we need to restore, what it is we need to sustain, and what we're looking to transform. And if our strategic plan checks all those boxes, maybe you can have a more informed, opinion on what we've put together as our drafts strategic plan. I also know that the AGM for OPSPA is coming forward, and that the voting delegate, Trustee Hickison, our chair, and or the alternate voting delegate, Trustee Sipkar, will be voting on 4 resolutions that are coming forward. And they have been put forward with, been vetted by the Executive Council of OPSPA. I would appreciate it that if you have any questions of clarification, any suggestions for any amendments, any of that going forward, that you look at those 4 resolutions. One is that the OPSPA advocate to provide school boards with dedicated funding for an array of much needed supports, etc., more about identifying gaps and mental health supports, etc. The second resolution is that the Ministry of Education with the Education Equity Secretariat as a priority undertake a commitment to all school boards to fund, in addition to the GSNs, an additional grant to support 2 full-time equivalent research officers for school boards to use in their data collection and analysis as local needs dictate, such as hiring staff, etc. And starting with the next GSNs in 22-23 to a newly and permanently funded thing to support school boards. It's very important. Number 3, I support that resolution personally. 3, be it resolved that the OPSPA advocate the Ministry of Education to mandate learning expectations that focus on the over 400-year Black presence in Canada within the Ontario Social Studies and History curriculum, and that new learning expectations be created with Black experts and educators, etc. I'll let you see that whole resolution. I think that we need to include our community partners to see if they have any commentary on that, and our anti-Black racism ad hoc committee may want to provide some words of support that we can speak to supporting this. Waterloo Region put forward that resolution. I'm hoping that we can support it very strongly. 4th resolution is to revise Regulation 462/97, or to provide an alternative mechanism in order for boards to have a process to add an additional funded designated Indigenous trustee. That was put forward by Limestone District School Board, and I would hope that we would suggest our support too for that resolution. So that ends my report, Madam Chair. I look for my colleagues to send you and Trustee Sipcar all commentary on those resolutions so that you can support us in at the AGM. And also our terms of for executive council, etc., have ended, and we are looking for new members to committee work at OPSPA. Not all things are filled, but I have put my name forward to continue in policy development work team, just so that we can get at least through this pandemic year with the institutional knowledge that we've all kind of gleaned and over those dozens of meetings. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess, and I want to thank you for your dedication and commitment. I know it's been quite a time commitment in light of everything, and I want to thank you very much. And trustees, yes, I will be voting on our behalf, and so I would welcome any feedback on those resolutions that we'll be voting on at our AGM. Any questions for Trustee Burgess regarding her report of the OPSPA director? Any questions for Trustee Burgess? Seeing none, we'll move to our chair's report. I don't have anything for in here tonight. And so we will move to trustee question period. I see Trustee Leclerc has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the CBC did a expose last night on the national. They surveyed over 900 teachers across the country regarding teaching during the pandemic. And one of the concerns that was expressed was the learning gap that's taken place over the course of this year, or the learning deficit, however you want to term it. Not because anybody's not trying to deliver education, it's just a difference. The way it's being delivered doesn't meet what our expectations are. So one of the questions that came up overwhelmingly was how are boards and how are ministries of education going to handle requests from parents who wish to have their children repeat the year that they're in come this fall. And it also affects those children that may be headed to university, having the opportunity to repeat. I almost said grade 13 because I date myself, but grade 12, because they don't feel prepared to go to university. So I'm wondering if there's been any discussions in our administration on how we'd handle those requests.
Director Kelly here through you, Madam Chair. I think Superintendent Howitt and perhaps Superintendent Canty can speak to that. We generally don't do that, but there are, this is an exceptional year, so I look to Superintendent Howitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. The discussion has been not about retaining students, but rather about providing an intensive intervention process to remediate, if you will, and support students in their learning. And the board has taken on the development of a committee collaborative of various departments, particularly concerned around reading development for our students. And the focus of that work has been on the science of reading. And we are presently in the process of developing an intensive plan of support for building teacher capacity and support for students. We also have, and information will be coming to the Board of Trustees around opportunities for a continuation of learning for students in the summer to prevent what was previously referred to as the summer learning slide, but also to help remediate for students that have fallen behind by the very nature of the circumstance. And I thank Trustee Leclerc for noting that it isn't due to the lack of exceptional effort of our teachers in trying to support students. It is truly a circumstance of the situation this past year. And I pass it to Superintendent Canty for additional commentary.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd just like to add that we are looking at our summer learning program as well in terms of improvement credits for grade 9 and 10, and then full credits for grade 11 and 12. We know last summer students that were going to university and college took advantage of those courses to ensure that they were ready for their for their first year in university. So those are going to be offered again this year. And again, as Dr. Howitt said, summer learning will also help our teachers in terms of getting them ready for the following year with some of the things that we have planned. So thank you.
Supplemental, Trustee Oakley. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my supplemental would be, I appreciate all the effort and the planning that's gone into, kind of short-term intensive measures to try to have students catch up. But I have personally had parents inquire about this question, and when it came up on the news last night and how overwhelming it was, I'm just wondering what our position will be when a parent calls and says they would like to have their child held back, or they have their child's repeat grade 12 because they don't feel they're prepared. I know what our policy specifically related to grade 12 was before. I'm wondering if we will make exceptions for this coming year.
And for grade 12, through you, Madam Chair, once again, we're going to support our students. And I know that speaking to the director this past year about students that wanted to, breach that 34 credit max, we did make exceptions for students that wanted to come back and do credits. And I know that was encouraged also by the ministry in terms of understanding we're in a pandemic. And so we have to make sure we support our students.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see that Ms. Hinchcliffe is probably not with us anymore, but I will ask the question of whomever can answer it. What I've noticed is that the price of lumber and the price of petroleum-based products has gone through the roof, literally. And I'm wondering if any of our estimates for construction, renewal, upgrades, whatever we have in our facility services going, whether it's something that's regular maintenance and or ongoing, but particularly any construction underway or anticipated. We submit business cases and cost modelings. We receive tenders to certain things, but I'm wondering if this issue has been raised provincially, or do we anticipate our procurement of these materials costing us something that's going to make our budgets just explode?
Thank you. It's Juliana through you.
Oh, you're here still. Good.
Yeah. Through you, Madam Chair. It's really been quite an interesting experience in that Eastwood Parkview closed like 30 days ago, like 5 weeks ago. And it came in well under the ministry budget. And now, 5 weeks later, there is some serious concerns about cost of construction. We continually go back to our cost consultants to make absolutely sure we understand the risk. The risk is in steel, and we don't use a lot of lumber. Lumber is ancillary, but for sure in steel, we've seen the risk. The Operation and Maintenance and Construction Subcommittee of OASBO continually discusses this with the ministry. The ministry has not seen a widespread, from my understanding, I've attended the last 2 meetings, the ministry hasn't seen a widespread issue as yet. I think that is something we definitely are going to have to monitor going forward. But we always make sure that we continue to exercise our due diligence and make sure we always get cost estimates. And especially for the new school construction, as it is an integral part of what we need to submit for approval to tender.
So supplemental to that, just to make a finer point, the other thing was petroleum-based petrol products like asphalts and roofing, etc., because the price of gas and petroleum and pipeline issues and blah blah. People are saying that costs are going to go up there. Do we anticipate any risk there?
I think in all construction during this time, there's risk, and for sure, we've also taken some kind of avenues in the procurement field as well. For example, in a traditional construction contract, we do not pay for materials until they're delivered to the site. That is a generally accepted practice. Some of the exceptions that we're actually making, and we do this once in a while, and we've actually written this into our documents, is that we now, in order for somebody to, a contractor, to get preferred pricing, like if there's a subcontractor for roofing, they'll actually order the material months in advance and store it on site on their property. It's cheaper than risking the cost implications. We're working closely with our contractors because and our procurement staff in order to get a palatable solution that kind of helps mitigate our risk at the board and the contractor's risk. I think the contractors is a much harder position because they have to keep the pricing for a year because they've given us the pricing. So that's why you'll see like a school like Eastwood and Parkview actually get built quite quickly.
Thank you. Trustee Olmsted.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I've received a lot of emails actually from students in our board who would like to be able to have the pride flag flown for longer than 1 week. I have directed a few to Superintendent Pike, as I know that she did address this at a previous meeting, but I believe the answer was that she would go back to the committee and see what could be done. And as far as I could remember, the motion said that it should be flown for a minimum of 1 week. So the question is, can a school choose to fly the pride flag for longer than that 1 week for the month of June? And or could they continue to fly it with the consensus of the students at the school and administration for the entire year? Because there is a big want and student voice pushing for the pride flag to be flown as a symbol at their schools as a safe place. So if someone could clarify, that would be very helpful.
It's Director Kelly. I'm wondering, through you, Madam Chair, I'm wondering if Superintendent Pike is on. I don't think she's here tonight. No. And so I know that she was you indicated she was taking that back to her committee, so I can have her contact you about that. I know that she's not available this evening. But thank you for the voice of students and the question. We'll follow up.
Thank you so much, Director Kelly. They are incredibly interested and persistent and vocal that this should happen. So I promised that I would ask at tonight's meeting. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Chin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is still regarding the air conditioner of Massey School. Maybe I have.
Trustee Chin, I'm going to have to stop you because we can't be asking questions about that are privileging one school over another. We've had this question before. We cannot be asking questions like that in public session. So I'm going to have to stop you on that one.
Okay.
That question can be passed through by email, but we won't be answering that question in public.
Because I got a lot of complaints from parents.
Trustee Chin, thank you. But I won't be allowing that question to privilege one school over another in public. Moving forward, I have a question. We've been hearing a lot, and I've seen on social media us talking about our move to D-Stream grade 9 math curriculum. And I'm wondering, and perhaps the Superintendent Canty can answer this, what sort of work is going into this, so we can kind of update the public on what's going into this and where we might be at in the process and where they can seek information and become involved. I know this is a ministry directive and our board is undertaking it, and I know it's quite a bit of work. And so I just wanted to see if you can kind of update the community a little bit on what's entailed in this work. So for those of us that aren't familiar, and where we're at kind of in the process.
Thank you for the question, Chair Higginson. So right now we are following through with what the province has mandated. We are looking at our grade 9 math being de-streamed in September 2021. And then in September 2022, we're going to have both the English and the science also de-streamed. So there will no longer be the applied and academic. It'll just be a single course where all students go into from elementary school. And the purpose of that, just to give you a little background, is because we have noted, and schools, especially school boards that already keep identity-based data, they've noted that there is a disproportionate outcome for students that are Indigenous, Black, low socioeconomic, or from spec ed background. And so the students that go into the applied courses formally were overrepresented in those groups. And so that closed the door for a lot of those students to eventually have the opportunity to go to university. And so because of the disproportionate outcomes, de-streaming is a must. And so we've embraced it in the board. We've met regularly with principals and department heads in math, guidance counselors, student success teachers, and all of our administrators from K to 12, because it's not just grade 9 event or initiative. It goes all the way down to, like, when we start looking at students when they're coming into grade 3, 4, 5, if there's any streaming going on there, we have to dismantle that as well, just so that when kids get to grade 8 and 9, that they can go into, multi-leveled courses. And, and the research shows that when students are together, all students actually perform better. So that's where we're at right now.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the important work that we're doing in equity for our students in that regard. Thank you. Any other questions from trustees for trustee question period?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Trustee Halberstadt.
Yeah, earlier this evening we heard from a couple of our Federation partners with regard to their view of the hybrid model, they call it. And I know that myself and the rest of the trustees have been flooded by emails expressing negative opinions of the hybrid model. And so I'm wondering if our two superintendents, Howitt and Houston, could maybe comment on what is their view of what the hybrid model is exactly, and their thoughts on its effectiveness or not.
I can start with speaking about it. Thank you for the question, and through the chair. As mentioned earlier this evening, at this time the board has not made any decision on the model of supporting remote learning next year, which the ministry has indicated that district school boards are to offer. In terms of the hybrid model, I think what we are discovering through our conversations and our deep contemplation about what to do best for next year is that there are advantages and detractors with each of the models, and we are taking very deliberate consultation and consideration about each of those models. We do know that it's different to teach students face-to-face than it is to teach in a remote model, whether it be hybrid or in a virtual school type of experience, and that various factors need to be considered in whatever model we do proceed with, that we understand and believe that we need to provide support to our staff in learning to best help them best support students in that learning model. And I'll pass it over to my colleague, Superintendent Houston.
Thank you. So I have very little to add. Obviously, our goal is for all of our students to be able to return face-to-face to school in September. And to Superintendent Howitt's point, we're gathering feedback from other boards as well that have used a variety of different models, and that no decisions have been made for our board yet.
Okay, just a supplementary. Can we anticipate when our board as administration will be determining or deciding upon that?
It's hoped that we would do that over the next few weeks. I know the ministry also will have some more announcements, I suspect, as well, and so we'll keep updated on that.
Okay, will there be options, or do we have to follow what the province says?
We do have to provide some kind of remote learning, is my understanding, in terms of the direction at this point, but there are certainly options in the way that is delivered.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, trustees, we're going to move forward through our agenda to any notices of motion this evening. Do we have any notices of motion from trustees? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move through to announcements. Does anyone have any announcements for this evening? Anyone have any announcements? I have one. I was going to announce Fit Week, so I'll piggyback a little bit off the director's report, and I've been very encouraged to see all the ways that Fit Week is being celebrated as we're all kind of at home, and the more we can get out and be fit in this time that we are in lockdown, I'm always grateful to see it. So so please continue that work, and I love seeing it on social media. So please keep posting those things. It was also on Sunday, World Education Support Personnel Day, and so thank you to our education support workers who have gone over and above this last year. Staff Appreciation Week, and we did appreciate them that week, but I wanted to acknowledge that day as well. And that is all I have for announcements this evening. Looking for a mover and a seconder to adjourn the meeting. I guess we don't need that. I can just adjourn it if I want. Moved. No more business before the board this evening. Thank you to all trustees.
Unknown participant is now exiting.